Hello my friends, welcome back to Garhdo Goes Geek. On today's episode I'm going to be continuing my look at Doctor Who as part of my rewatch of the modern series for the 60th anniversary, which by the time this episode has come out was obviously last year, but I've still got a lot to say about a lot of episodes for Doctor Who, and today we're looking at the 12th Doctor stories. So that's all the stories released during series 8, 9 and 10 of the Modern Doctor series, starring Peter Capaldi as the Doctor. Let's get into it. This episode, like many others, was one that was originally planned for 2023 and was specifically planned to align with a major franchise anniversary or something else that would serve as a talking point for the contents of this episode. However, like many other episodes, it was being released or recorded during the Writers Guild of America and SAG-AFTRA strikes against the American Motion Picture Association. As a result, this episode and many others have been held back because the clarification regarding content creation from SAG-AFTRA and the WGA specified that review content was allowed, including critical appraisal and/or analysis of shows and films, however not discussion, interview, comedic conversation, watch-along, rewatch or reaction content. As I felt that this stipulation was something that would prevent me from discussing some of the topics that I wish to in the way that I wish to, even if the works I was discussing were not related to films that were in active development or were previous films. I did not want to breach the strikes, as I fully support the WGA and SAG-AFTRA in their strikes, as well as anyone else who decides to strike. If there is a strike, I am always on the side of the union striking, never on the side of the big corporate entities behind it. As a result, this episode has been held back. It is being released for you now that the strikes are over. I hope you will enjoy this content. I've worked very hard on it despite everything else. Please enjoy. So, once again, as with the last episode where I looked at the 11th Doctor stories with Matt Smith, I'm not going to do too much of an introduction to this one. I was watching Doctor Who at the time of the 12th Doctor. I was intrigued. I was quite intrigued to see Peter Capaldi take the role. I knew that he was this huge Doctor Who fan. He'd been quite outspoken about his love of the show in the lead up to it. So I was very interested to see the take of a much older Doctor, because obviously he was an older actor playing the Doctor than anyone we'd had playing the role at that point, with the exception of John Hurt in the modern era anyway. And so I was very excited to see what he could bring to the role. That said, I do recall when I originally watched these episodes, not enjoying them a whole lot. There was a lot that I kind of looked back on and had issues with and didn't remember too fondly. Fortunately, going back on a rewatch, I have my opinions have softened on some of them. Not all of them. Some of them I still do have quite large problems with, but on most of the episodes, I think I have softened my opinion one way or the other. And yes, this series, this run of Doctor Who did have issues. Jenna Louise Coleman, for example, was debating leaving at a couple of points in the run. Matt Smith himself almost stayed around for Series 8. It was only quite late in development that he decided that no, Time of the Doctor would be his last episode. So, between that and then obviously Jenna Coleman wanting to leave as well, I think she got convinced to stay for Series 8 because obviously Matt Smith had gone, so they wanted to keep the companion rather than completely redo completely redo everything with the new Doctor and new companion. But so I think it was the right call to have her stay for Series 8, and I know that she debated leaving after that, and there was actually a pretty decent exit point for her, I think, but there was the decision to stay and do another series. So that affected a lot of things going into these stories as well. But for the most part, I really don't hate this series. There's a lot of good things in this run. There's a lot of things I really like, and I think it corrects some of the problems that I had. Like going back and rewatching it, I think that a lot of the problems that I initially had with these episodes have been clarified on a rewatch. Because obviously I know where some of this stuff is going now. So some plot lines or ideas that might seem a bit bizarre, or maybe don't connect in the way I wanted them to originally, don't build up in the way I wanted them to originally. Now that I know where they are actually going, I can enjoy it a lot more. I'm a firm supporter in the idea of, sometimes it is better to watch things more than once. I think you can get a better aspect of what is trying to be told, what is being done by the filmmakers. And this is one reason why I will defend something like WandaVision a lot more than most other people that I know who have spoken to about it, because a lot of them really haven't watched it since the first time they watched it. And so obviously they were expecting this build up into something amazing, and that let them down. But if you go back and rewatch WandaVision, what is there is very good. And if you go back and watch knowing where it actually ends up, it turns out a lot of the things that, a lot of hardcore comic book fans especially were expecting was never really built up in the show in the first place. Still has problems, there were bits that couldn't be finished due to COVID. There were reshoots that were planned that never happened. So there are still issues with it. As one of the recently released deleted scenes kind of showed, the recently released deleted scene that showed that really should have been in there because it just explained something in a bit more detail. But it's like, no, that was all missing at the time. And I think that's the same here. Series 8 especially, there were some elements that I really expected to go somewhere, and they just kind of didn't. And I think it's because there were some things that had been hinted and built up that I maybe read too much into. But I'll get to all that as I'm going. So, let's get into it. Let's discuss this era of Doctor Who. Right, so let's have a look at the first few episodes of Series 8. So it starts with Deep Breath, which is a longer episode. It's not quite feature length, but it was quite a bit longer. I think it was about 76 minutes, this episode, when it first aired. And so it fits the title quite well. Sees the Doctor and Clara, the Doctor fresh from his regeneration, so suffering all the usual complications that go with that, stranded in Victorian London, which obviously means that Clara, being nervous of the Doctor, who has changed, instead finds herself being comforted by the Paternoster gang, who were welcome to see return. This is their last appearance in the televised Doctor Who, anyway. But I really enjoyed seeing them here. I like the Paternoster gang. I made that quite clear in the last episode where I talked about the 11th Doctor. And so Vastra, Strax, and Jenny, the three of them being here and interacting with Clara again, a lot of fun. And they seem to have the same issue with the Doctor. as Clara does, although Vastra suggests that she's seen the Doctor regenerate before. Like, she knows what to expect. So, I don't know. See, there's clearly so much more story there. They also end up with a dinosaur stuck to the stuck in the Thames. There's also make a reference to handles. Who was a Cyberman head that the Doctor used in Time of the Doctor. There's even the hint at one point that maybe the Doctor's regenerated from handles. I think the Doctor says it. The Doctor says a lot of random things in this episode as part of his post-regeneration sickness. There is an actual mystery going on as well. There's a series of spontaneous combustions around London. And there's a man who's kind of like putting himself back together by killing people. And that's like a case that the Paternosters are investigating. And yeah, it's very interesting. I think it's. I don't think it does a great job of introducing us to. Well, no, it's weird. As post-regeneration stories go, especially in modern Who, this is much better than, say, for example, the Christmas Invasion, but I don't think it's up there with 11th Hour. I think 11th Hour has been our best insight into who a new Doctor is. And I think that's partially because Matt Smith wasn't really struggling in quite the same way as Tennant and Capaldi were after their regenerations. So the 12th Doctor here is, he comes across quite unhinged a lot of the time. He struggles to, there's a recurring joke about how he can't tell people's ages or genders, and he really kind of struggles just by looking at them to identify them. That's an interesting idea, but it's like, is that part of the regeneration sickness, or is that just something that is something that we have to do? He does raise the idea that obviously his face is familiar to him, which is obviously a reference to the fact that Peter Capaldi has played characters in Doctor Who before, most notably the character of Lobus Caecilius in Fires of Pompeii. But obviously he has played characters in Torchwood as well. Or a character in Torchwood, I should say. And so, yeah, that seems to be part of it as well. But yeah, it's one of those, it's not a terrible episode. And it takes as long a time as it needs to tell its story. It never feels stretched out. I just don't think it's a particularly good showing for the first Doctor. For the 12th Doctor in his first story. It focuses a lot more on Clara and her struggling to understand this new Doctor. And it's one of those. Time of the Doctor, when under the effects of the truth field, hinted that Clara had feelings for Matt Smith's Doctor. And, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of the romance aspects in the TARDIS anyway. But it seems clear that might be part of the issue why she's struggling so much here, is because of these sort of unexplained and unresolved feelings for Matt Smith's Doctor. because it's like it's kind of hinted a couple of times with Matt Smith, but she comments on him. She comments on so many things about him in a more negative, like negging way, that it never feels genuine when it is mentioned. It feels kind of forced, and I don't like that. And to feel like so much of it, the hook here is that the Doctor has changed in front of her, and that's why she's struggling, in the same way as like that's why Rose struggled. And it's tough because I'm not a fan of. I can understand why the human characters would fall for the Doctor, and I do like the fact that it wasn't requited by Matt Smith. It was an unrequited affection if it was there. Like, he seems fond of Clara, but not in that same way. He's not romantically interested in her in the same way that he was, for example, in Rose or River. And so there is that aspect going on. But like I said before with Amy, I understand why, and with Martha, I understand why characters would be enamored with the Doctor. But I do think it's they go through a lot of high intensity situations, but it's like Clara didn't live in the TARDIS in the same way that some of the other characters did, so it feels a bit more forced. The last time I remember feeling it this forced was with Martha, because if you think about it, Martha's first few adventures, all of Martha's series, from her perspective, happens within the span of a few days. So that felt very forced, because it just felt very quick. It's like even Martha herself should have realised that was just a fleeting infatuation. Until she has the year that never was. Everything happens within the space of about a week. With Clara, her and the Doctor have had recurring adventures, but she doesn't live full-time in the TARDIS. She sort of meets up with him once a week, and then they go on an adventure together. So it's a regular thing, but it doesn't feel romantic. It feels like friendship. So I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I do like the little cameo from Matt Smith's Doctor on the phone, though. But it just makes Clara and the Doctor both come across worse. Clara for not being able to see the Doctor in this new Doctor, especially because Clara went into the Doctor's time stream. She understands the whole regeneration aspect. She should be a lot more comfortable with this than she is. But yeah, it's not. She should be more accepting and more understanding of this than she is in this episode. And the Doctor very quickly kind of gathers himself towards the end of the episode, but there is still a lot of uncertainty about who he is going forward. And that does become a plot point for the series, as this Doctor is kind of discovering himself. But I do think it makes the Doctor appear weaker in some aspects. And it's a shame, because I think it undercuts how different this Doctor can be, because this Doctor goes on to be one of my favourites. Like, I'm going to spoil that right up front. I love Peter Capaldi's Doctor. He is one of my favourite actors to have ever played the role, in terms of what I've seen from the different Doctors. In fact, he might possibly be my favourite modern Doctor, who I thought was Matt Smith for a long time, because I really like Matt Smith, but I think Peter Capaldi just pips him to it. And a large part of that is because of how strong his writing will get.
But I understand it's part of an arc that Stephen Moffat is setting up here, but I'm not entirely sure the point of the arc at this point. I knowing where it goes, I'm still, I think, better of it on a rewatch, but it still has issues for me because I don't think the Doctor should be this muddled. He still has all of his memories. I know that the Time Lords have given him this new, this new set of regenerations, and he is a different person and a person he didn't expect to be. But, and I understand there's a distinct element of every Doctor is a completely new person, but it shouldn't be as intense here as it is here, I don't think. That said, the threat of the episode, the man who's kind of putting himself back together, he's quite an interesting idea. I like the cyborg aspect. I like the idea of him looking for a promised land. I even like the reference to the Marie Antoinette and saying it was the sister ship of the Madame de Pompadour. So it like ties back to the Clockwork men there and how they were rebuilding the ships using parts of people. And that's why, he's trying to do the same thing. And yeah, that's interesting. That all works for me. And then the plot of the episode ends quite well. Like the final confrontation, and then the actual bit with the half-faced man where he's in that sort of afterlife with Missy. That I quite like. That's a good hook for an ending, being greeted in the promised land, the paradise, heaven. And it's a great introduction to Missy, who will become one of the key characters of the whole 12th Doctor story. And who I absolutely love. I love Missy. I think she's amazing. Quite possibly one of my favourite characters in Doctor Who ever. Played brilliantly by Michelle Gomez. But yeah, I think we knew by this point that the Cybermen would be coming, or at least that was teased quite early on. And so I perhaps thought that the cyborg villain in this might be leading that way, especially because that's true of several of the villains in this series. But that's not the case. Instead, it's something else. The actual Clara does eventually accept the Doctor, but there's part of it is off the back of the 11th Doctor talking to her from Trenzalore through the time travel phone call, which I think is very interesting. Like he made that call just before stepping back in the TARDIS. But even things like, she criticizes him and saying, you shouldn't have been listening. And he says, I wasn't, that was me you were talking to. And it's, yeah. But yeah, I struggle with this because, why is Clara having so much trouble with that? And then the line the Doctor says about how he's not Clara's boyfriend. And it's like, she's like, I know that. And he says, I'm not telling you, And then, of course, she speaks to the 11th Doctor straight after that. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it comes together, I think, and it's doing a good job of kind of establishing it, but yeah, I still struggle with why this episode feels so drawn out, as drawn out as it does. But yeah, that's an issue in and of itself. It might just be a me issue. I don't know. And I'm still annoyed that the Paternoster gang haven't returned after this, because they're great characters. So for them not to reappear really annoys me. I should mention as well, the first few episodes of this series were actually leaked pre the release, up until the episode 5, the time heist. And some things were changed. Like there was a particular controversy before Robot of Sherwood that led to that episode receiving some major edits before it was released. And general responses, I don't think, were particularly positive. But I don't think... I think the first few episodes of this series are rough, but it gets a lot better very quickly. So let's go to the next one. Into the Dalek. Into the Dalek introduces the idea of... Well, I mean, we've had the idea of like a rogue Dalek before. And we get the idea of the Doctor and several other characters being shrunk and put inside a Dalek to sort of deal with it. And, you know, it's the first encounter with the Daleks after Trenzalore. And in fact, if anything, this Doctor seems to hate them even more. And the Dalek that we get in this is Rusty, who, you know, is interesting. I like the idea. I like it when we get to explore the Daleks and who and what they are. And the idea of a Dalek wanting to destroy the Dalek, but then the Doctor realizing, oh no, it's just that the Dalek's damaged, and then they fix it. But then, no, the Dalek does get his memories back, and the Dalek has had this realization about life after seeing beauty. Yeah. It's interesting. They do some good things with the Daleks in this series. This is a decent episode, and the group of soldiers that we get introduced to are quite good as well. I like Journey Blue, and I like that she wants to join the Doctor. You know, played by Zawe Ashton. She's a really good character here, and I like that she wants to join the Doctor. And I even quite like that the Doctor refuses because she's a soldier. You know, it's like, if she wasn't a soldier, then he probably might have. But yeah. Yeah, it is. It's sad. You know, she's one of those almost companions where this is where you get to see why the Doctor chooses or doesn't choose his companions a bit more. Because it's like, we've seen the Doctor offer companionship to certain characters, and we've seen him refuse certain characters. We've also seen him begrudgingly accept others. Like, the Doctor didn't want to bring Adam in the TARDIS. He brought Adam in the TARDIS because Rose wanted him in the TARDIS. We've seen the Doctor invite Mickey, and Mickey refuse. We've seen the Doctor invite Linda and Rita, and both of them unfortunately perish before they could join. Same with Astrid. So it's like, to see a character who really wants to join him, and is a character that I think he changes his opinion on, but him still refuse her because he says, yes, I recognize the good in you, but I really wish you weren't a soldier. And that's interesting, considering we have had not necessarily soldiers, but definitely more combative characters in the TARDIS. Even in the modern era, someone like Jack is, much more willing to fight than some of the others are. So yeah, or Wilf. Wilf was a soldier. Wilf is a soldier that the Doctor respects, and we know the Doctor respects. So yeah, that's an interesting idea. But yeah, the idea of a rogue Dalek, and then Rusty saying there's no such thing as a good Dalek, but then saying the Doctor is a good Dalek. It's a real hollow victory for the Doctor with Rusty here. But yeah, just an interesting element, and I wish it got followed up more. As much as the Daleks are sort of overexposed, I think doing something interesting with them and showing Dalek infighting is a good idea. This episode's also quite notable for introducing Danny Pink. And Danny Pink is one that people do seem muddled by. I don't dislike him. I think I struggled with Danny more originally, but watching it back, I quite like him. I do. I really quite like him. I don't think he's a bad character at all. But yeah, I think he does a lot more for Clara than to develop her and to develop her storyline, develop her life outside of the TARDIS, than he does necessarily as a character in his own right. Although there are some moments that I will get to where I do think he really shines. But I'm going to cover those as I'm going. Episode 3 is Robot of Sherwood. Now, Robot of Sherwood seems tied to the idea of legends. That seems to be its whole central thing. Clara wants to go and meet Robin Hood. And so the Doctor, it's the idea of, does Robin Hood exist? And the Doctor's like, well, no, Robin Hood doesn't exist. He's a legend, And then, of course, they go to Sherwood Forest and they find Robin Hood, and everything feels like it should in the classic story. So you get the Doctor thinking that it's all fake, that it's robots or what have you. And we get the Sheriff of Nottingham. We get there's robot knights. There's the Doctor and Robin Hood just having this huge ego competition, which is incredible. There's some really funny scenes between the two of them. And yeah, there was some controversy that led to the editing of this episode because the Sheriff of Nottingham was revealed to be a robot in the original cut of the episode by being beheaded. But that was around the same time that 2 American journalists were beheaded by the terrorist group ISIS. So obviously that was removed, and I understand why. But yeah, there are some scenes that do imply that the sheriff was a robot. I don't think it's ever really made clear whether Robin is or isn't a robot. I watched it again and I still can't really struggle. I still really struggle to remember. But there's the Merry Men, there's Little John, there's Friar Tuck, Will Scarlet, Alan Adale. So just the major ones, not all of them. although I couldn't remember many more off the top of my head if you asked me. And I will say, having been to Sherwood Forest, having seen the Major Oak, having seen a lot of the aspects of the legend, they clearly didn't film it in the right place. Like, the Major Oak that they're by is not the Major Oak that actually exists, for obvious reasons. But yeah, it's a decent enough episode. It's quite fun. It's, you've got Ben Miller as the Sheriff of Nottingham being a perfect ham. You've got Tom Riley as Robin Hood, who's quite funny. Clara basically taking the role of Marion in a lot of this, and just the rivalry between Robin and the Doctor. It works, and that there is a make-up at the end where the Doctor and Robin, the whole idea of them not trying to be heroes, but if they pretend to be heroes, then other people might be heroes. And I like that aspect. It's all the idea of the legend and doing the right thing, and I think that's what is quite key to the Doctor in a lot of things, and it kind of canonizes the Doctor's legend in the same way as it's got the comparison between them works for me. Yeah, this is one that I really didn't like the first time I watched it, but going back to it, I've enjoyed it a hell of a lot more. So this is what I mean, where I've said doing a rewatch has really helped me on this series. And this episode's written by Mark Gatiss, who is one of the Doctor Who writers that, again, is a bit hit or miss for me. And, this feels like a lot of his episodes to me. There's bits I really like. There's bits I'm a bit about. It's not his worst episode by any means. I don't think it's his best, but definitely not his worst. Into the Dalek was written also by Phil Ford, who was one of the head writers on the Sarah Jane Adventures and also co-wrote Waters of Mars, which was another great episode. So, yeah, it was co-written. He also worked with Moffat on it. So, but yeah, it's a decent first entry. The first 3 episodes work quite well to establish this new Doctor, I think, and sort of bring him back a bit more to, by the end of Robot of Sherwood, he feels a bit more like the Doctor that we recognise. The 4th episode of the season is Listen. And I have seen a lot of people praise this episode really highly. However, it is not an episode that works for me. It's one I really quite struggle with, if I'm completely honest. But I'll get into it. I think it's a really interesting concept. It starts with the Doctor kind of addressing the camera directly, and which is something this Doctor does a couple of times, and kind of explaining the idea of something that's always on the edge of always kind of behind you, this presence that you can sense, this sort of perfect hiding organism that causes you to speak aloud when you're alone. That's a great idea, as is the idea of the shared dream of something being under the bed, and the word listen being written in the TARDIS, and it's like, well, where did that come from? There's a lot of really great concepts laid down in this episode, and a lot of great ideas. The problem is, I don't feel like this episode delivers on those great ideas at all. We get some more development in Clara and Danny's relationship. This is Danny's second appearance. And, we're kind of shown this burgeoning romance, and this time she makes a mistake due to her issues with soldiers. But it's one of those that they're not even her issues necessarily. Oh, some of them are, but it's like some of it also seems to be what she's taken from the Doctor with episodes like Into the Dalek and his own reaction to soldiers. So, and yeah, I do struggle with it because it's like, why does the Doctor have so much trouble with soldiers when he's worked with soldiers so much? Like, even to go back to classic with the Brigadier, the Doctor has been part of, worked with UNIT and the Brigadier for a large portion of classic Who. There was a couple of years where he was with the third Doctor was stuck on Earth with UNIT. So, yeah. I mean, it's clearly added to drive tension in the whole Danny and Clara relationship, because it's like, well, he's a soldier and she doesn't want to introduce him to the Doctor. Which is fair enough. The plot. Clara then goes into the TARDIS after the date backfires, and she uses like a mental link to the TARDIS and ends up going to an orphanage, which is where young Danny was, or Rupert Pink. And that's simply because she was thinking about Danny, and it's her distraction that leads to that, and suggests that there's something there in the room with them. And the Doctor even suggests there's something there that doesn't want to be seen. And I think we even see something like in the sheets, and then it runs off. And that then leads Clara to go back to Danny in the restaurant and make things even worse. And then that leads her back into the TARDIS, where the Doctor has now gone all the way to the end of the universe, the end of time, and met Orson Pink, who is a future descendant of Danny and possibly of Clara as well. And the Doctor sticks by his determination that there's something in the dark and shouts at Clara while searching for the answers. And, he tries to find what the answers are. Orson ends up saving him. And to me, this leads to the place where, in my opinion, the episode just falls apart. The barn on Gallifrey. The same barn from Day of the Doctor, where the Doctor is there as a young boy, and Clara ends up underneath his bed and stops him leaving by reaching out and grabbing his foot when he steps out of bed, which sort of echoes the idea of the nightmare. I feel this is the point where the episode loses its way and sort of loses what it's trying to say or trying to do. Despite how touching the moments of Clara talking to the young Doctor are, like echoing some of these old lines, it presents the idea that there is nothing there. There is no creature in the dark. There is no shared nightmare. But that flies in the face of the setup and flies in the face of some of the things that we were shown earlier in the episode. And I kind of get what it's trying to go for. The whole idea of being brave in the face of fear. And I like some of the other concluding elements, like, the little soldier who doesn't have a gun, that Clara, the little toy soldier without a gun that Clara got from Rupert and leaving it with the Doctor. So the idea of a soldier without a gun sort of inspiring the Doctor. I like that idea. Clara and Danny managing to reconnect. I like that. But it just feels like the conclusion, the idea that there is nothing there in the dark, to me feels like it invalidates completely all the earlier parts of the episode, because all of the build-up just leads to nothing. The idea of there being something outside of Orson's ship, the idea of there being someone in the room with Rupert and Clara. It's like, well, no, there can't be. But there was. Like, there clearly was. As the episode presents itself, there clearly was things there. But it's like, well, no, there can't be, because it's all a myth. And it's like, why even raise the idea of the foot grabbing you from under the bed? Someone grabbing your foot from under the bed, if that's just a personal thing to the Doctor rather than a combined shared nightmare. Oh, I don't know. It I struggle with it. Yeah, I really do. Doesn't work for me, really. And I get why it would work for some people. Like, if you enjoy this episode, great, fair play to you. For me, it really doesn't work. Really doesn't. I'm sorry. Time Heist is the next episode, the 5th episode. I really quite like Time Heist. For me, it's one of the more fun episodes. It's the 3rd episode as well by Steve Thompson, who also wrote Journey to the Centre of the TARDIS and Curse of the Black Spot. And he co-wrote this with Moffat. Now, I will say a lot of the episodes that Moffat has a co-writing credit on, which is a lot of them in this series, I don't know how much he was actually involved with. Because I know, for example, with Russell T Davies, sometimes he had a co-writing credit, and it was literally just him writing aspects leading into the finale or leading into the meta plot. And that might be the case here with Moffat, because obviously elements like the romance between Clara and Danny and the introduction of Missy in the Promised Land, because Missy's reappeared a couple of times already. She reappeared into the Dalek as well. They're all supposed to tie into the meta plot. But this is the 3rd episode by Steve Thompson. He also wrote Journey to the Centre of the TARDIS and Curse of the Black Spot, both of which I think are pretty solid episodes. I do quite like them, but generally come out as some of the worst in their respective runs, just because the stuff around them is so good. But it's not necessarily because those episodes are bad. I've covered this before. Curse of the Black Spot is in the same series as Good Man Goes to War, for example, and the Impossible Astronaut. It's going to be overshadowed by the quality of some of the other stuff. Same with Journey to the Centre of the TARDIS. That's from the second half of Series 7. I like a lot of those episodes. I like that run of episodes. I think it's a very strong run. And Journey to the Centre of the TARDIS is a bit forgettable in that. This one's quite good, though. They rob a bank. The idea of this space bank that's being robbed by a group who have forgotten why they volunteered for it, and it's the Doctor and the Doctor, Clara, and a couple of others. And they all receive a mysterious phone call and then find themselves in the bank. I think it's quite good. And the idea of Madame Caraboxos as well. She's very fun, quite interesting. It's Delphox first, and then Caraboxos. It's both being played by Keeley Hawes, and the sort of the reveal of who Delphox is and how she is Caraboxos. Did like that. That worked for me. Placing the clones in key position in the bank. Yeah, the teller was cool as well. Terrifying idea. But being trapped and being forced to do what it was doing. Yeah. And I like that it sort of revealed, what the teller is and why it's being forced to do what it's doing is because its mate is being held hostage by Caraboxos. And, sort of the Doctor then realizing this and saving them. Yeah, I like that. And the idea that I think, don't they reveal at the end of this that it's like the Doctor has put this whole heist together and gathered everyone, and revealed himself as the architect. And yeah, it's very clever. It's one where it uses time travel and timey-wimey stuff to kind of explain everything. But yeah, I like it, and it's a good cast of characters that we get here as well. Cy and Sabra are both quite a lot of fun. Sabra being able to mutate and replicate people. The idea of her seeing her powers as a curse. And, getting the gene suppressant so that she's able to sort of, control her shape-shifting. I like that. I like Cy as well. I thought he was very cool. The idea of the augmented brain. Being able to delete memories. That was... Yeah. I like that. I like them both. They'd be interesting characters to see again. And I know I say that a lot with some of these characters in Doctor Who. Not that I necessarily think we need to see every character again, but sometimes the characters are just interesting. And, because Doctor Who is quite episodic, we get these interesting casts of characters in different episodes, and it's not very often we do see them again. So the fact we've had several recurring characters throughout the run of the modern era of the show means that, we're kind of spoilt. And it means, well, actually, no, maybe we do want to see some of these others again. And obviously there's reasons why this doesn't happen. This might not be the right story. Other writers might not want to use the characters. There's no reason for them to be in the story. Like, I wouldn't want these characters to be written in just to be included. And, their story arcs, as presented in this episode, are concluded. But at the same time, could be a cool little cameo somewhere down the line, maybe. Same with someone like Journey Blue, showing, revisit her, show that she's left the army, that her situation is a bit better, that she's not quite a soldier. Would the Doctor have softened on her? What effect does... Sometimes I think it's interesting to see the idea of what effect the Doctor has had on these people's lives. And I think part of that is because we saw that with Donna, we saw the impact that he had on her and how much he changed her. And obviously that's not going to happen with everyone the Doctor meets, but I don't know, it's an interesting idea to want to see more sometimes. Caretaker is the big episode that starts to bring some of the plot lines together. Specifically the idea of Danny meeting the Doctor, because the Doctor ends up having to go undercover at the school, where Clara and Danny are both teachers, and he goes undercover as the caretaker. This episode's pretty good. It's written by Gareth Roberts and Stephen Moffat. Again, with Stephen Moffat, I don't know how much he contributed to the script. If this was mostly written by Gareth Roberts, it's probably not his best episode, because he also wrote Unicorn and the Wasp, which I really, really like. But I do think the idea of keeping the Doctor in one place and having it be a bit more normal, in that respect, it's better than The Lodger and Closing Time, which he also wrote. As much as I do like those episodes, I think this one is better, because I quite like a lot of the ideas in this of challenging the Doctor And I'm going to elaborate on that a bit more in the next episode. But Danny and the Doctor have there's some scenes where they have almost quite open hostility. Danny's kind of mocking salutes and yes sir to the Doctor is it's very interesting, because it's the acknowledgement that the Doctor kind of acts like, he hates soldiers, claims to hate soldiers, but acts like a general, acts like a commander, to the point that he turns people into soldiers around him. And that is a recurring plot thread and element through a lot of the Doctor's stories, in the modern era. Things, it sort of was brought up. I think the first time I remember it being brought up explicitly was in Journey's End, and then obviously I mentioned about how it happened in Good Man Goes to War as well. And this feels like a continuation of that, and that sort of acknowledgement of what the Doctor does to people around him. And seeing a character like Danny confronting him with that, and the Doctor just rebelling against it because it's Danny saying it. It's an interesting episode. You also get the introduction of Seb, who's working for Missy's assistant in this. So that reduces Missy to a cameo. But again, nice to see her come back and see some more elaboration of the plot lines that are going on there. Sort of keeping her relevant. We also get the introduction of Courtney, and I quite like Courtney. She's one of the more interesting child characters who wants to kind of gate crash the TARDIS, especially because she's not a model child. She's not, she's a bit of a teenage delinquent in the best way. And yeah, she takes a more prominent role in Kill the Moon, the next episode. Kill the Moon is Peter Harness's first Doctor Who episode. So he's a name I'm going to be mentioning a bit more as we go forward. The episode is a bit of a muddled affair. It's the idea that the moon is actually an egg. And the science in it is spectacularly weak. Let's not sugarcoat that. The science is very, very weak and underbaked. But it's also working in some ways as kind of an allegory for discussions of abortion and pro-life and pro-choice. And the attempts at allegory feel both heavy-handed and underbaked in equal measure. And I'm like, how the hell does that work? Like, it feels really heavy-handed and on the nose of like, oh no, you must make a choice about what to do. But then at the same time, it's so, why? It's not a terrible episode, though. I don't think it's a terrible episode. I think it's got some very interesting ideas. Like I said, Courtney, I think, is one of the most interesting children we've ever had in the TARDIS. I really like her interactions with the Doctor. We don't really see Peter Capaldi's Doctor interact with children much in comparison to Matt Smith. Matt Smith had a lot of interactions with children, and David Tennant as well had a few quite notable ones. But Capaldi, we don't really see him interact with kids or teenagers very often. So it's quite interesting when he does. I think the Doctor works really well with children. And so him and Courtney work with each other quite well. They have a lot of really interesting interactions together. The setup for the episode's interesting. The idea that the moon is kind of breaking and it's causing damage on Earth. But we don't get shown the danger to Earth, really. We just kind of get told it, which is a bit weak. It's probably due to a limitation of budget. or maybe to keep the episode feeling a bit more claustrophobic because they are just on the moon and kind of separated from the rest of humanity. Yeah. There are some decent scares in the first half, especially if you're an arachnophobic, because some of the spider type creatures that come out are, quite terrifying. And the build up to some of the scares is quite interesting. The conflict between the characters, though, is the highlight of the episode. The disagreements towards the end between Clara, Courtney, and Lundvik, the astronaut, played by the brilliant Hermione Norris, over what to do, and the Doctor just leaving them there to make the decision. Yeah, that all really works. And it all comes together for me in the final sequences, where the final scenes of the episode for this are a masterpiece, because this is where Clara just calls the Doctor out for abandoning them and leaving, and then goes back home and confides in Danny and the advice that she gets from him. I love seeing the companions challenge the Doctor. I like seeing the Doctor be challenged. And I think the companions, being the closest people to the Doctor, I like it when they call him out and when they challenge him, and especially when they point out his hypocrisy. And this, to me, is the finest example of it, because Clara does point out, it's like, no, you should have been there. You should have helped make the decision. He's like, well, I'm not human. It's like, you act like you are. You're here on Earth. You act with us. You protect us. You want to be one of us. You can't just wash your hands and run away when the decision making is tough. Brilliant. I do think it works really well as a midpoint for the season, especially the idea that Clara is going to leave. It does feel, though, that it probably would have had a bit more of an impact if there had been a break. Because when this was airing, these 12 episodes for Doctor Who were just airing in a block. And I feel like if there had been a break in the same way that there was with Series 6, where you have that big break, well, I say big break, it was a couple of months between A Good Man Goes to War and Let's Kill Hitler, it would have made that cliffhanger have a bit more impact. Because, like, this episode ends and we instantly get a trailer for the next episode. That doesn't happen with A Good Man Goes to War. A Good Man Goes to War ends and just says, Doctor Who will return in Let's Kill Hitler. And I think maybe if Kill the Moon had done something similar, if we had ended it a bit more ambiguously and had a break, even if that break was only a couple of weeks, I think it would, yes, you lose that aspect of it on a rewatch and on a binge, because you know what's coming. But in the same way as there is with A Good Man Goes to War, there is that clear delineation there. A Good Man Goes to War, like I said, ends with that just a title card saying the Doctor will return in Let's Kill Hitler. There's no trailer for Let's Kill Hitler, which lets it have more impact. With this, the final scenes are almost immediately undercut by the trailer for the next episode, which shows Clara and the Doctor together again for Mummy and the Orient Express. And I don't know, I just wish that wasn't the case. I wish there was a bit more ambiguity to it. And I think it would have worked better, because, it feels final. It feels like an ending of sorts. So to have it be more of an ending, I think would have worked. So the next two episodes in this series are both written by Jamie Matheson. And it's quite rare to see. In fact, I think this is one of the first occasions where we get two successive episodes written by the same writer who isn't the showrunner. And I've got to say, I quite like it. I think Jamie Matheson, he only wrote 4 episodes during this era of Doctor Who. but they're all episodes I quite like. Um, so yeah, I definitely enjoy these ones. The first one is Mummy and the Orient Express. Um, the idea of this being like the Doctor and Clara's last outing, and they're going on, the Orient Express in space. I quite like. That's quite fun. Um, the idea of the mummy, I think, is a great enemy. I love the way it's used in the episode with the little ticking timer in the corner. How it's like how we get multiple shots of like the people reacting to the mummy, as it's getting closer to its victim, but no one else being able to see it or interact with it. And its opening attack on Mrs. Pitt is very, very memorable for that aspect, and it all happens in pre the credits, in the cold open for the episode. It's good, and I like as well how things are explored. Like, this turns out to be like everyone on the Orient Express who is there, because there's a lot of holograms, so everyone who is actually there has been recruited specifically to investigate the mummy. So yeah, it's a good idea. The Foretold, it's called. And yeah, the Doctor becomes quite influential in trying to work it all out. And yeah, how you get like exactly 66 seconds once you start seeing it before you die. It's a terrifying prospect. And yeah, watching it, kill some of the characters, like I said, it's very shocking. Like the soldier who is like, describing everything in perfect detail as best as he can, while also still being like, no, I must, what kind of soldier would I be if I died with, bullets left in my gun? He knows it has no effect, but he still has to make the effort. Yeah, very interesting. I think there's something to be said about the Doctor sort of playing with people's lives like that, but I think in this case it's like he knows there's nothing he can do to save them, but he needs as much information as he can so he can save everyone else. It's a very pragmatist approach. This episode also introduces Perkins, played by Frank Skinner. I love Perkins, and again, Perkins to me feels like a character who should recur. Like, this is a character who doesn't feel like he should just be done here and never seen again. Like, this is a character that feels like we should see more of him. And I get, Frank Skinner is a very busy man. He has quite a rich and varied career. So, maybe he doesn't want to be full time in the TARDIS, but, I also know he's a huge fan of Doctor Who, so it'd be great to see him come back again. The next episode, Flatline, is our Doctor Light episode for the series. In a way, the Doctor's still quite heavily involved, but for the most part, the episode focuses on Clara, and even gives Clara a companion of her own, gives her a character called Rigsy. Because, yeah, at the end of Mummy and the Orient Express, Clara decides, she's not quite ready to leave the Doctor yet, and they go off for further adventures. And yeah, Rigsy's interesting. I quite like him. I think he's perfectly charming. He's clearly someone who's made some, he's doing community service for being a graffiti artist. It's a poor choice, but he's doing his punishment. And yeah, the idea of these aliens coming from like a 2D dimension, the boneless, I think that's a great concept. Like, they're two-dimensional and they're trying to enter three-dimensional space, but they're also trying to learn about us in 3 dimensions. So, people disappear and end up flat, and some absolutely terrifying ideas. And it gradually evolves. They become more and more of a threat as it goes on, until eventually they make themselves 3-dimensional using the guises of the people that they flattened. Yeah, that's it's very clever. Yeah, I like the boneless. I think they're a very interesting enemy. I don't know. They're an enemy that I'd like to see again, but I also don't want them to go the Weeping Angel route of, we've got a really interesting enemy that then gets milked to death. Because this is the danger with anything. Whenever you introduce an interesting enemy or an interesting alien race in something, that serves as an antagonist role in something like Doctor Who, Star Trek, Stargate, Farscape, whatever it is, you run the risk of doing diminishing returns. The more they're used. I think this is very obvious with, for example, the Borg in Star Trek. Star Trek Next Generation used them very sparingly. But even then, the last Borg episodes, Descent, are not as good as the early ones. And, by the time they recur in Voyager, they start to lose a lot of their teeth, until you end up with how they were used in Star Trek Picard, where, I have thoughts about Star Trek Picard, and I'll get to that, but I think the Borg were very overused in that, and it made them... I mean, to me, they'd lost all threat. It was just like, oh, it's the Borg again. Oh, okay. And, they were trying to make them bigger in scope and bigger in scale, but for me, it just fell flat. And, the Weeping Angels had elements of that in Doctor Who earlier under Stephen Moffat. Their introduction in Blink is one of the more memorable episodes. And then by the time you get to, some of the later stories, even things like The Angels Take Manhattan, no matter how good that episode is, the Angels are very overused by that point, and they're really starting to lose a lot of their luster. So there is the risk that if you were to bring the Boneless back, we could potentially have that. I also think the Boneless is a really rubbish name for them. Like, the Doctor names them that towards the end of the episode. It's really bad. Like, I'm not sure what you would call them instead. The Boneless at least has some kind of like a threat to it, I suppose, but something a bit macabre about it, rather than just like the flat people or something. But I don't know. I think it's a particularly cheesy line when he comes out and announces, "I name you Boneless." But yeah, it's not a bad episode. It's another one that gives us a Missy cameo, sort of, again, still building up that idea and what's going on there. Yeah, I like this episode. I like Riggsy. I like seeing Clara trying to be the Doctor, which is obviously foreshadowing some of the things that are going to come next season. And, because she does become very cocky when she's trying to be the Doctor. And that also works, I think, as a commentary sort of on how she's viewing the Doctor at this point. To go back to something like Kill the Moon, which was only a few episodes ago, she's seen the Doctor be very aloof. And so the idea of her becoming the Doctor, or trying to act like the Doctor. And this is, similar to something that Davros said with, to David Tennant's Doctor, the 10th Doctor, where he was like, you turn the people around you into soldiers. And it's like, because they're trying to be the Doctor. And, and that also links to something River said about how, in A Good Man Goes to War, where it's like, what might the name Doctor become because of how the Doctor is acting? The people around the Doctor end up becoming the Doctor's soldiers, the Doctor's army. And we see here with Clara that it's because she's trying to be the Doctor, but she's trying to be the Doctor in the wrong way. Yeah, interesting idea. In the Forest of the Night is the next episode. This seems to be one of the most maligned ones in the series. It's written by Frank Cottrell Boyce, who is quite an accomplished writer. Like, he's a novelist. He's he did the official Chitty Chitty Bang Bang sequel novelizations. He's got an illustrious television and film career writing. And this is the first episode he's done for Doctor Who. He's done a second one as well, which I really enjoyed. And I enjoyed a lot more than this one. But, he's not a bad writer, but this episode seems to be particularly mocked and derided from this series. And because it's the idea that the forest has grown all over the world, like overnight, and just taken over the world. And it's interesting. Like, I like the concept. It's weird without being immediately threatening. And I like that. I like where the Doctor Who starts with just being odd. And obviously it quite heavily involves Clara and Danny, who end up, meeting up with the Doctor as well. And, and this is where Danny realizes that Clara has been traveling with the Doctor again and kind of lying to him about it. Yeah. Yeah, that stuff all works. The character stuff for me all kind of works. And, I like the weird stuff in concept. And I like as well how it's a child that kind of realizes what's going on and how the Doctor is the one that pays attention to that. Whereas other people around her, like her peers and her teachers, kind of write it off as it's like, oh, that's just Maeve. She acts a bit odd. And it's like, no, the Doctor's like, yeah, she's not just being odd. She's tuned into something. I'm not sure about the sort of ending where it's just like her sister randomly reappears out of a bush. I get the idea to try and go for a happy ending, but that left me with way more questions than answers. It's like, what happened to the sister? Is that meant to be the sister? Did the forest recreate the sister? But yeah, the idea that Earth has previously grown big forests like instantaneously to deal with environmental crisis, and they linked it back to things like the Tunguska blast, which obviously there was a load of flattened trees in the aftermath, and it links here to a solar flare. Yeah, it's cheesy, but it works, and I like the idea that there's no huge immediate threat. The threat becomes, the issues in the episode become more about the character dynamics, and I wonder if that's maybe why people, a lot of Doctor Who fans, sort of look down on this one a bit more, because it's not, it's not a traditional Doctor Who episode in the fact that there is no clear, bad guy, I suppose. So yeah, I don't know. It's not a terrible one. And yeah, it seems very muddled, but I don't hate it. We then come to the 2-part finale, and this is where things kind of come to a head. We learn the truth about Missy. We get to see Unit again, including Osgood. Osgood and Kate both come back. But it all happens quite early. Like, Clara was sort of left with Danny at the end of the last episode, like, tell me the truth, but think about it. And so she's getting the courage up to tell him everything. And as she's about to go and do it, Danny gets killed. And he gets killed in a very mundane Earth way. He just gets hit by a car. And it's sad because Clara wants to fix it. She wants to use time travel to fix it because obviously it's a it's a time machine. She wants to go back. She wants to undo it. And Clara tries to blackmail the Doctor. The scene, it all turns out to be fake. Like, the Doctor's, like, mentally manipulating her, like, to see how far she's going to go. But, like, it's very clever where she's, like, gathering up all the keys and then she's threatening him. Like, it's very tense until it gets revealed. And yeah, I quite like. Yeah, again, I like it. I think it's a really nice, tense scene between the Doctor and Clara, and they get quite a lot of tense scenes. Like, Clara, to me, feels a lot more like Peter Capaldi's companion than Matt Smith's companion, and I think it's because of the strength of their scenes together. Obviously, the big emotional scenes like this, but even just some of the quieter moments, like the moment earlier on in the season where he was asking her, is he a good man? And she just turned around and said, I don't know. It's... Their relationship is very interesting. It's got a very different dynamic to her relationship with Matt Smith. And I think there's also the added element that she's not a plot MacGuffin this time. Whereas under Matt Smith, she was. He was investigating her. He was interested in her. But here it's a very different dynamic. I like it. And I think it started with the 50th anniversary. As much as that was still Matt Smith with the anniversary and then Time of the Doctor, this sort of evolution of Clara, and Danny's been a big part of that as well, giving her a story outside of the TARDIS, because obviously she's not a full-time companion in the TARDIS. She's a temporary companion. She goes on missions with, on adventures with the Doctor, but then goes back to her normal life. Yeah, I like it. But yes, this is where we get into the idea of the concept of everything. And the concept is great. It's the idea that when people die, their consciousness gets uploaded to this institute, an apparent afterlife called the Nethersphere. And their bodies are kind of then brought in, but then their bodies are cyberized. They become Cybermen. Yeah, very clever idea. And especially because it's a very small line, but there is a line in there that basically reveals, yeah, it's fake. Like, the Nethersphere is a piece of TARDIS technology. Like, it's a really interesting concept anyway. Like, the whole idea of don't cremate me, that using those words to kind of get interest and funding in the whole 3W Institute and everything like that. That's so clever. But the fact it turns out, oh no, that's fake, purely because then we get a lot of backers, we get a lot of people wanting to donate their body after they die, which gives us an army of Cybermen all around the world. Absolutely fantastic. That is such a clever idea. So yeah, and the idea as well that it's been, like, this has been an ever-present threat. So most characters who have died throughout this season, we've seen characters all over the place that have died, meeting with Missy or Seb, her assistant, and sort of being welcomed to the Nethersphere, and including characters from outside of time, which is explained that it's, a Time Lord hard drive. And yeah, the dying minds being captured, uploaded, and then all their emotions being deleted as they just get downloaded into a Cyberman body. Yeah, I like it. And I like the idea of trying to make the Cybermen threatening again. Because, yeah, for some of the... I spoke about this briefly when I was discussing Nightmare in Silver last time. It's like the Cybermen are one of the Doctor's biggest and most ever-present threats, but they've not been utilized half as well as the Daleks or several other races have, to the point that there's some episodes where they just appear almost as like jobbers. Like Good Man Goes to War, there's an entire cyber fleet and Rory takes them on, and I love that scene, but Rory and the Doctor basically eliminate an entire Cyberman fleet like it's nothing. So the idea here that they are actually threatening, they are actually terrifying, and they can do this to shore up their numbers to become a real threat. Yeah, I like it. And this also kind of links Missy to the Cybermen, and this is where we get the truth of Missy, which is that she is the master. And I love it. I've already said I like Missy. Missy is one of my favorite elements about this whole run of Doctor Who. There's a reason she's in the title image for this episode. Yeah, I specifically picked an image where she was there as well, because she feels almost as much of a part of this run of the Doctor as Clara or Bill or Nardole or anyone else who is a companion or a recurring character. She feels as much a part of this era of the Doctor as River did in the last one. She's very much a constant in what's going on with the Doctor during this run. And, part of it is just that Michelle Gomez's performance is incredible. I think her chemistry with so many of the other characters is also incredible. Like, she gets some great stuff with Peter Capaldi in this one. She gets some great stuff with Jenna Coleman next season. And even in like some of the smaller scenes, like her scene where she kills Osgood, that's phenomenal. It's terrifying. She's completely unhinged. She just kills Osgood, blows up the plane. I'm more interested in Missy as the Master than I ever was as John Sim as the Master. I'm much more invested in like this version of the Master, and I think this is the first time we've seen the Master since End of Time. So, bringing the character back and having them be this huge threat again is a lot of fun, and there's so much forward planning and things that have gone on. This one really sets up Missy as like a counterpart and a foil for the Doctor in a way that I never really got from John Sim's Master. But the plan gets undone because of two of the Cybermen not being programmed correctly. Now, the first one is Danny, and it's great. I think Danny's ending and his self-sacrifice is brilliant, and I like the idea that the Doctor decides to trust him and give Danny full control of the Cyberman army, because it's like it's an army and Danny's a soldier. Danny's the right person to have that control. I like that. I really like that. And then the final the final Cyberman that sort of comes to the rescue and was revealed to have saved Kate as well is Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart. And I thought that was, it's a really simple cameo, because it's literally a Cyberman in a suit. It could be anyone, and obviously it's not, Alistair Lethbridge Stewart, because the actor passed away. But because the actor passed away, that's why it's a tribute to him. We already had an element of that previously, with his farewell scene in the 11th Doctor era. So just having like a nice little conclusion to that here, and the Doctor saluting him. I love that. Like, Kate mentions that one thing the Brigadier said he always wanted was for the Doctor to salute him, because the Brigadier has this huge respect for the Doctor, and seeing the issues that the 12th Doctor especially has had with soldiers, and then, like I said earlier, going back to the Brigadier, and when he was with the Brigadier and he was part of UNIT, he trusted the Brigadier implicitly. So ending that plot element after he's made peace with Danny by having him salute the Brigadier, I like it. It brings that sort of recurring element to a close. And the series ends with the notable scene of Doctor and Clara lying to each other. Clara tells the Doctor that Danny was brought back from the Nether Sphere, and the Doctor tells Clara that he found Gallifrey because Missy told him where it was. And we get clued in that both of them are lying, but they don't know. And so they part ways. And then we get that final cameo from Nick Frost as Santa saying, "Oh, it's not going to end like that, is it?" Absolutely brilliant. And then from there, we go into the Christmas special, the Last Christmas. And I like Last Christmas. I think the idea of it doesn't really lead properly from the ending of Death in Heaven into Last Christmas properly, but the actual thing itself, it's a good episode. Now, there's elements to this episode behind the scenes, like it's all kind of dreams within dreams and layers and other stuff, and there's like the whimsical Santa stuff, but then there's also like this thing that's basically playing out like Alien. It's very cool and very clever, and I like elements of like Inception in there as well. But the way it was supposed to end was that the Doctor would come back, to an elderly Clara, and he'd leave her behind. That was the original plan when they were writing it, because, Clara was being written out, and, Jenna Coleman had said she wanted to leave, but then she changed her mind. Stephen Moffat and Peter Capaldi were able to convince her to come back again for another series. And it didn't seem like that was going to happen for a while. Like, it was even up in the air for a while whether she'd even appear in Last Christmas. But obviously she does. And there was discussion of like who might replace her. Like, the character of Shona, who actually appears in this episode, was floated by Stephen Moffat as a potential replacement. And I think if that had been the case, I think she makes a pretty decent first impression here. Like, the scene where she goes back to her real life is quite sad and tragic, but that's not what happens. Instead, Clara, that turns out to be another part of the dream sequence, and Clara ends up going back into the TARDIS and disappearing off with the Doctor, and we get the nice little tangerine at the end. Like, is Santa real? Was Santa involved in this? Which is perfect for a Christmas story, as far as I'm concerned. Before I carry on, I just want to do a quick note about Doctor Who serials. Now, Doctor Who, when it originally started, was running in sort of half-hour segments, I believe. And it's a BBC show, so there's no adverts. So it is literally a half-an-hour segment. But Doctor Who still wants to tell stories bigger than its scope. So it's set out like when it originally started back in the 60s, it was set out like a movie serial. So I don't know if anyone's ever watched any of the old movie serials. I've seen a couple, like I've seen bits of Superman and the Mole Men, the old George Reeves serial. And it was like you'd get a chapter at the movie cinema. And then, you'd come back the next week to watch the next picture and there'd be the next chapter and so on. And there were a lot of those back in like the 40s, 50s. When they were moving into television, that's what Doctor Who was going for. It was going for that kind of serial approach. So, for example, episodes weren't completely self-contained. They were usually part of an ongoing story arc. And that story arc, depending on the serial, depending on the story being told, could be anywhere between sort of like 3 and 7 episodes long. I think the longest one in Classic Who actually runs for a whole season, which is the Trial of a Time Lord under the 6th Doctor. So it runs for like 14 episodes. Now, modern Doctor Who has longer episodes. It's a 45-minute episode, so you can air it as a 45-minute block on the BBC, but then if you sell it over onto BBC America, you can put adverts in it, and it becomes an hour-long show. Now, doing that, you have more room within a story to tell something more self-contained. So that is when modern Doctor Who started, that's what it sort of approached. And under Russell T Davies, with his first few series, each series had a particular approach of doing a few self-contained episodes, a two-parter, a couple more self-contained ones, another two-parter, a couple more self-contained ones, and then finally a two-parter to end the season over like a 12 to 13 episode run. Matt Smith reduced that down. When Stephen Moffat came in as showrunner, he reduced the episode count down. Still having the Christmas specials were originally added to the Russell T Davies era, which is where we got the whole idea of the Doctor Light or Companion Light episodes, because they were originally added without giving any other budget. Although that did change later on after the first year. And like I said, Stephen Moffat and Matt Smith, for their seasons, fewer episodes, but also structured differently. Like the two-parters moved around. So, for example, like Series 6 opened with a two-part episode and ended with a single-part episode. But for the most part, that general sort of state of play has remained. Now, obviously, the last season didn't really have that. There were no real two-parters until the last one. This season kind of makes up for that, because this is now season 9. And it makes up for this by, for most of the series, being two-parters. Which means that it's serialized in an element. Like, the first 2 episodes are a serial by themselves, the Magician's Apprentice and the Witch's Familiar, but it's like they're 2 halves of the same story, both written by Hetty MacDonald. Written by Stephen Moffat, directed by Hetty MacDonald. Then the next 2 episodes, Under the Lake and Before the Flood, both written by Toby Whithouse, both directed by Daniel O'Hara. So, they become much more unified. And I personally think it's a really good approach, because it went for some kind of grander storytelling for this season, but also each particular episode has something that happens at the midpoint of the story arc that does create a real sort of sense of difference in the second half. More obvious in some of them than others. Like Under the Lake and Before the Flood, for example, there's a very clear dividing point. Like, as you may have guessed before from the titles of them, one of them is set under the lake, one of them is a time travel before the flood, so before that lake existed. Magician's Apprentice and Witch's Familiar, and the Zygon Invasion and Zygon Inversion, which is the other big two-parter, bit different. The Girl Who Died and The Woman Who Lived are almost actually two completely different episodes. Like, they even have different writers. So The Girl Who Died was written by Stephen Moffat and Jamie Matheson, and The Woman Who Lived was written by Catherine Tregenna, who's known for several prominent Torchwood episodes. This was her first Doctor Who episode. Now, personally, for me, it works. I like this approach. There's one completely self-contained episode, which is Sleep No More, which I'll talk about in a bit. And then the final run of episodes, each of them almost acts independently, but they are very definitely picking up plot elements from the previous ones. So, it forms almost like a 3-part finale, but I don't think most Doctor Who fans would count them as the same story. So, yeah, it's... for me, it's a really interesting approach, and I really like it. I really like this season. And I like the idea of doing the biggest storytellings. It really had me... the biggest storytelling. It really had me hooked at the start. So, for example, we start with Magician's Apprentice and The Witch's Familiar. The Doctor attempts to rescue a young boy on a battlefield at the start and freezes and abandons that boy when he discovers that the boy is Davros, like a young Davros. And that's, that sort of explaining like the first time, from Davros's perspective, the first time he met the Doctor. But I don't know, how much they kind of came back to that. But it's like the, it's not... They do kind of explore sort of the relationship between Davros and the Doctor in this and set up their own plot elements and things like that. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I quite like it. I like the twist that it's the young Davros, but that's just the start, right? Let's get into the actual episode. Missy attracts the attention of Unit and Clara, which obviously reveals that she's still alive, and she has the last will and testament of the Doctor, his confession dial, and tells Clara that they have to search for him. They manage to trace him to Essex in 1138, where he has spent 3 weeks throwing a party, which is just great. Like, he comes in on a tank playing guitar to, an arena fight in a castle. It's the most ridiculous thing. And, we introduce the Doctor's guitar. We introduce the idea of the sonic sunglasses. Like, he's put the sonic in the sunglasses rather than in the screwdriver. Yeah, it's almost like the Doctor's having a bit of a midlife crisis. And yeah, we then get introduced to a character called Colony Sarf, who says that Davros is now basically on his deathbed and wishes to see the Doctor. So takes the Doctor, Clara, and Missy to a space station. And we see like Dalek infiltrators in this again, which is always great. I think that's a great idea, and I'd love to see them used more. But yeah, they come to this hospital space station, and the Doctor goes off and meets with Davros, while Clara and Missy discover that the station is actually a building on an invisible planet. But not just any planet, the planet Skaro, the home planet of the Daleks. So Missy and Clara get captured by the Daleks. The Daleks seem to kill them, seem to destroy the TARDIS. and then we get a flashback to the young Davros, and Dalek arrives holding the Doctor arrives holding a Dalek weapon and says, "I'm here to save my friend," and like levels it at Davros. So yeah, brilliant cliffhanger for the end of the first episode. But yeah, we come to the second half, and yeah, it becomes a real exploration of Skaro, like the fact that the sewers are kind of made of decaying Daleks, like the Daleks are still continuously growing and sort of just flushed away when they're not useless when they're not useful anymore. Oh, it's yeah, it's very good. There's some great scenes between the Doctor and Davros where they're kind of speaking to each other. I think perhaps maybe he's a bit too compassionate towards Davros. Like, I understand that the Doctor is compassionate. Like, that's almost one of the Doctor's biggest failings, and it turns out to be in this episode because Davros uses that compassion to trap him and sort of leech some of his regeneration energy. But this is Davros. This is like Space Hitler. Davros is a despicable character, and the Doctor seems to get quite easily manipulated by him. But yeah, there's some interesting revelations, like the idea of how the Daleks' spoken words work, like why they're always saying exterminate, and how they channel feelings and things like that, because Clara ends up inside a Dalek shell. That bit's very interesting. Missy, again, trying to play and manipulate the Doctor. And, Clara manages to make the Dalek ask for mercy. Yeah, it's very clever. But yeah, the ending is a bit Deus Ex Machina, because it's like, the TARDIS has managed to avoid destruction because of its own automated systems. The reveal of Missy, like, using the lasers, the Daleks' lasers, to teleport away, and how she reveals that as being something the Doctor did in the past. I do quite like that, because it does feel like something the Doctor would do. So yeah, I don't hate that idea. But yeah, it's he uses the regeneration energy. He pities Davros, so offers to regenerate him. But then Davros uses it. I don't know why he's doing that in the first place. It's Davros. But then, Davros doing that, making that a trap. And it's like, it was an obvious trap. It's Davros. Space Hitler. Said Hitler too many times. No one's going to watch. This is not going to get published in the algorithm at all. Yeah. Oh God. Terrible idea. But it connects to every Dalek, and then of course there's the way that Davros has completely underestimated what that will mean, because he's written off the Daleks in the sewer. But no, obviously they start to regenerate and it starts to damage the planet. And yeah. And, I quite like the ending where it's revealed that, yes, the Doctor went back and did actually save young Davros. I don't get that. That's the paradox. Like, would you kill a young Hitler? And I think at this point, Davros is wound so intently into the Doctor's own past that he kind of had to save young Davros and help him home. But that is the compassion that I would expect from the Doctor, not what we get actually with the older Davros on Skaro. But yeah, not a bad episode. It's a great one. Brings back Missy, introduces the concept of the confession dial, introduces the series' main plot element, the idea of the hybrid, and how it's this fusion of two warrior races. And it's this big mysterious thing that the Doctor knows about, and everyone kind of wants to know about. Like Davros wants to know about it. So yeah, interesting idea. Under the Lake and Before the Flood, a decent little idea. There's an alien craft found in a submerged Scottish town with alien glyphs scratched inside its walls. But then people get killed, and when they die, their ghosts appear every night, including the ghost of a Tivolian. So the alien race that surrenders all the time, which was an interesting one to see get back. We've had one before in the God Complex, played by David Walliams, and we've got this one here, played by Paul Kay. Interesting little idea. And yeah, there's a stasis chamber at the church that are like coordinates leading there. And the Doctor sort of works out that the ghosts are being used to send a call there. And yeah, so the Doctor then decides to go back before the flood and find out the true meaning of what the signal is. So the Doctor and a group of the people there are separated from Clara and a group of the others. And yeah, they leave in the TARDIS, and that's when Clara sees a new ghost in the lake, who is the Doctor. And it's like, that's your cliffhanger for the second part. That's a really good cliffhanger, and the shift of going from like, a ghost story with a mystery element, and then we go back to before the flood, and, we sort of see things in motion. We meet the Tivolian Prentice. We see that the writing hasn't been scratched into the wall of the ship yet. Prentice landed on Earth to bury his former enslaver, who's called the Fisher King. And yeah, it's really interesting. And the characters in the crew of this little underwater station, the little military team, they're quite interesting. Cass, I think it is, is deaf, so she's speaking through sign only, and there's some very tense scenes with her sort of where she can't hear things behind her, and the ghosts are quite threatening in the base. Especially towards the second part, they become a lot more capable. And yeah, the Fisher King himself is a very interesting idea, very interesting concept. They used Corey Taylor of Slipknot to help create the sound effects for him. That the big roar that he does, which is a very good sound. It's one of those kind of bone-chilling monster roars. And yeah, the Fisher King wakes up, and events start happening in the past that we know are going to lead into the future. And they explain this. This episode opens with that being explained using the idea of the bootstrap paradox, and that launches into, well, they do it with the Beethoven's Fifth example, but it's the same idea. The idea of, if you were to go back in time to try and meet Beethoven because you're a fan of his music, then you find out that Beethoven doesn't exist. So you decide to publish Beethoven's music, and it means you become Beethoven. Then who actually wrote Beethoven's Fifth? It's a really interesting concept. And then we get the Doctor playing guitar over the intro, which is, awesome. It's It's only in this one episode, but it is one of my favorite versions of the theme song. I really wish they'd kept it for longer, because it's actually Peter Capaldi playing as well, which makes it so much fun. But yeah, and I like what it does. I like the twist at the end where it turns out no, the stasis chamber is actually the Doctor, and that's how he ended up back into the future. But then the idea that obviously the plot itself becomes a bootstrap paradox. Like the Doctor's ghost, which is revealed to be a hologram created by the Doctor, is saying the names that it is because that's what the ghost said. So the Doctor programmed it to say that because that's what the ghost said in the future. Like Doctor Who said previously, timey-wimey, there's a big ball of timey-wimey stuff. Nothing happens in order. But yeah, I like this one. It was one that, it's quite forgettable on its own, but watching it on a rewatch, it's like, yeah, it's a very kind of, simple story, but it works well. It uses both of its parts really well to tell different elements of the story, I think. And yeah, it's just an entertaining story. Like, it's a 2-hour Doctor Who story that's a lot of fun. Well, 90 minutes. 90-minute Doctor, if this came on as a 90-minute episode, 90-minute TV movie, I'd sit down and watch it because it's a lot of fun. And sometimes that's what you want in a show. It doesn't have to be, contribute to any part of ongoing plot. It can just be a nice, fun adventure. And that's what some Doctor Who is in a lot of ways. Doctor Who is very pulpy in some respects. We then get the next two parts, but like I said, these ones have more of a clear divide, so they do feel almost like separate episodes. The Girl Who Died, written by Jamie Matheson, so his second episode, but also elements of it written by Stephen Moffat. I think Stephen Moffat wrote the bits that reveal why the Doctor has the face he does, because we get introduced to the character of Ashilda. Now, Ashilda is a woman in a Viking village, and a group called the Maya come down, like pretending to be gods, and they kill, like the leader of the Maya is pretending to be Odin, and they kill the village's warriors and drain them of like testosterone and adrenaline. And so the Doctor and Clara have to sort of train everyone who's left for battle to fight the Maya, because otherwise this is going to happen. And that, this happens because Ashilda, when she gets told the truth, declares war on the Maya because she's a good Viking woman, and that's what you do. And yeah, the first part, Girl Who Died, is all focusing on the Maya and that conflict. It's very good, but Ashilda ends up dead. So the Doctor realizes what his face is, and he realizes that his face is a reminder that he doesn't have to completely follow the rules of time and space, because in the fires of Pompeii, that was what he did. He broke the rules by saving Caecilius and his family. Caecilius. It's been a long time since I watched that episode. Can't remember how it's said. But he saved Peter Capaldi's character and his family. And so he's taken that face to remind him of that. Not to blindly follow the rules of time all the time, but not necessarily to go as dramatic as he did with the Time Lord Victorious and the Waters of Mars, but just occasionally to make those small changes. And so he gives a Maya medical chip to Ashilda, and it brings her back to life. But in bringing her back to life, it also makes her immortal. And so he provides her a second chip so that one day she can give it to someone that she cares for. It's yeah, it's a good concept. And Ashilda is played by Maisie Williams, who, you know, by this point had obviously done Game of Thrones, very quite well established actress. I like Maisie Williams. I think she gets a bit of a bad rap, but she's a very talented actress. She's done a lot of great work outside of Game of Thrones, where I've just been consistently impressed with her. Like, even in New Mutants, she's one of the strongest elements in it. Like, her character of Wolfsbane is really good. So, yeah, it's good to see. And I really like the character of Ashilda, or as she'll go on to be called in the next episode, Me. Because the next episode is The Woman Who Lived. And this is a companion light episode. The Doctor is kind of on the trail of an alien artifact, and he encounters Ashilda. And Ashilda is now calling herself Me. Because throughout her life, because she's got an immortal life, she's lost many of her memories, and she isolates herself now so that she doesn't lose her loved ones. Like, she describes having had children and watching them die. And it's quite heartbreaking, really. We get flashbacks to it, and it's brilliantly done. It's really, really well done. And like I said, it's helped because Maisie Williams is that strong of an actress. It helps because the writing is that good. This really works for me as a story. And yeah, it turns out she's trying to get this alien artifact, because of her ally, Leandro, who is this leonine-looking alien, stranded. He looks like a giant thundercat. Who am I kidding? He looks like a thundercat. Stranded on Earth, and he's using the artifacts to open portals in space. So Me tricks the Doctor into helping him, and for that, Leandro promises that she can come with him to travel in the galaxy. But the portal requires someone's death. So Me is posing as a highwayman, and she's got a rival highwayman. She's also like this rich woman, but then she's also the highwayman, Lady Me. And she kills the highwayman, Sam Swift, this outlaw, which opens the portal. But Leandro reveals that no, he's not taking her anywhere, and he wants to, help his people invade Earth. So that's when Me kind of rediscovers who she is, remembers her humanity, uses the medical chip to save Swift, and closes the portal. So Leandro's people kill him for his failure. And Me sort of says to the Doctor that she's going to look after the people that he leaves behind. And we end with like the nice little reveal that, we see a picture of Clara that she sent to the Doctor, and Me's in the back. And it's a great one. I really like the exploration of Me. I like the idea that she has the diaries, that she writes everything because she forgets so much, and she'll sit and reread her old diaries and learn about just how bad some things were. Like why she doesn't get attached to people, why she doesn't love, why she doesn't settle down, why she doesn't have a family. And it's left her so distant. But then the idea that she wants to go and explore more. She doesn't just want to be stuck on Earth. She wants to go and explore the universe. I love it. She's a really interesting character. And there's a lot of great tension between her and the Doctor because she blames him for her condition, quite rightly so. And the idea that she's going to look after the people that he leaves behind, the collateral damage that the Doctor just kind of leaves in his wake. Yeah, very, very clever idea. Good character, good idea. Love it. Right. The final two-parter of the season is Zygon Invasion and the Zygon Inversion. Now, these two episodes obviously follow up on the Zygon plotline. The Zygon plotline was a sort of I say subplot. It was a major element of the 50th anniversary special. Like, it was the Zygon plotline that really kind of brought the Doctors together, and it was the sort of exploration, the resolution of that, and the War Doctor seeing his future selves deal with that and how they dealt with that, that sort of influenced a lot of his decisions regarding the end of the Time War. Like, that was why the moment had shown it to him. And so, following up on it, because obviously it did introduce a status quo shift, like the idea of, like, there are Zygons on Earth, quite a lot of them, and now they're just sharing the planet with us. Yeah, really interesting idea. So to kind of revisit that, to me, works really well. And obviously this episode brings back Osgood. Now, I really like Osgood. I think she's a great character. I think she's brilliantly played. The actress who plays her, I can never remember the name of for the life of me. I know she's married to Richard Osmond, but I can never remember Richard Osman. I have to look it up. But yeah, anything that kind of brings back Osgood, Ingrid Oliver, that's it. Anything that kind of brings back Osgood and Kate and Unit, for me works. I really like Kate at Unit. I think she's a great character, and I really like Osgood. So, I, like many people, was really annoyed when she was killed off in Death in Heaven. So having say that no, she's not dead, she's still alive, and in fact more than still alive, there's two of her, and that's why we were able to kill one off. Unfortunately, this does turn out to be her last episode in the current run. I think she has gone on to reprise her role in Big Finish, but I'd like to see Osgood come back properly. But yeah, the idea here is that there is a splinter group of Zygons that want to actually sort of finish the war, like some of the young people. And I totally get it. Like, that is something that we've seen throughout history. It's not a completely out there plan. But the way this is done, for me, is what really works. Like, they managed to take control. They managed to eliminate a lot of unit soldiers. One of them, called Bonnie. Bonnie is a name kind of given by the Doctor. I can't remember where he gets it from. But yeah, Bonnie takes Clara's place, which gives Jenna Coleman a bit of a chance to show some range and do some more stuff as this evil version of herself. Reminds me of the episodes of Star Trek where they used to do the mirror universe, and they could just ham it up because they're playing alternate versions of themselves. But yeah, it's quite fun, and it works quite well as a bit of a romp. There's some political commentary going on because, like I said, the idea of a group of people being put in a position, and then some of the people in that group, especially the younger people in that group, rising up and kind of rebelling against the status quo and saying, well, this isn't what we agreed to. You agreed to it for us. And it's like the rebelling against the parents and the older generation who have put them in that position. This is something that has been seen, like I said, it's been seen throughout history. It's a very common trope, a common idea to explore. So seeing it done here, and these children really who are very much of, we'll do whatever we need to get the result we want. We'll have war if that's what it takes. But the idea that the Doctor has actually planned for that. He came up with something called the Osgood box that he gave to the two Osgoods. And the idea was that there would be two Osgoods, the human one and the Zygon one, and together they would work to create the peace and keep the peace, which is the most important bit. And, the divide between the two is the idea that, the invasion's already taken place, and Bonnie tries to shoot down the Doctor and Osgood. But that cliffhanger is very quickly resolved at the start of the next one. But the second part for me, the Zygon inversion, contains one of my favorite memories of the 12th Doctor, and I think one of Peter Capaldi's best scenes as the 12th Doctor. And it's quite a long one. Like, I think the actual scene goes on for about 10 minutes, and there's quite a long monologue from the Doctor, and a very impassioned monologue as well, and shows just how good of an actor he is. And the Doctor has been quite known for making these glorious speeches, and especially under Stephen Moffat. Matt Smith got quite a few of them. This is Peter Capaldi's first real one, and it is so good because we end up with Kate and Bonnie in the Black Archive, both with an Osgood box, because it turns out, oh yes, there's not just one Osgood box, there's two of them, one of which will reveal the 20 million Zygons scattered around Earth and trigger it can unmask them all and trigger the war that Bonnie wants so badly, or it can make their human forms permanent, right? So, each of the boxes has a choice. That's the choice in box 1. The choice in box 2 is kill every Zygon, every single one of the 20 million Zygons around the planet, or completely destroy London to keep the secret by detonating a bomb underneath the Black Archive. But it would kill everyone in London. And Kate has one box, Bonnie has the other one, and they're in a stalemate. And they're both prepared to do whatever they need to do. And the Doctor talks them out of it with this big, impassioned speech about the horrors of war. And, what will happen. And he puts on this game show voice and everything to fingers on buzzers, It's fantastic. Like, the actual scene, if you haven't seen this episode, you at least should watch that scene. It's one of the best anti-war speeches I think I've ever seen, ever. And it comes from Doctor Who, from fiction. The idea of the Doctor has a line where he says, when you push that button, when you fire that first shot, you don't know where it's going to lead. You don't know whose children are going to die and burn in what comes next. And it's so heartfelt, and Peter Capaldi's performance is brilliant, and because you really get the sense that the Doctor is feeling every word of that, because this is a Doctor who by now knows that he didn't destroy Gallifrey because of the 50th anniversary. He knows that he didn't destroy Gallifrey, but he's also lived with the fact that he thought he had for 400 years of his own timeline. Between sort of, 400 years. The Doctor, the 11th Doctor was about 1200 in Day of the Doctor, and John Hurt, the War Doctor, said he was about 800. So about 400 years, 350 to 400 years, the Doctor's lived with the idea that he killed all of his people, that he destroyed his planet. And even if he didn't, we've seen so much of the Time War and so much of the effects of the Time War throughout the modern era that we know just how big an event it was and how damaged it left the universe. It left all of space and time. And so you feel every sense of that through the Doctor's words, because we know just how bad the Time War was and how much guilt the Doctor lived with for so long about his participation in it. Even in Night of the Doctor, where we had Paul McGann come back, we saw there that it was the Doctor trying to avoid the Time War, but then end up feeling just as guilty about the fact he's avoided it for so long. So yeah, phenomenal moment. One of the best moments in Doctor Who. Probably my favourite moment in the 12th Doctor's era. One of my favourite moments of the 12th Doctor ever. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. We follow on from that with Sleep No More. Sleep No More is written by Mark Gatiss, and like I've said before, I'm muddled on some of Mark Gatiss's episodes. Zygon Invasion and Zygon Inversion was written by Peter Harness, who has also done some great work for Doctor Who. I'm just double checking. I did have it written down. He wrote Kill the Moon, which, like I said, I had thoughts about and didn't think was as good. But the Zygon Invasion and Zygon Inversion really kind of redeems him for me. And I'm sure, the second part was partially written by Stephen Moffat, and I'm sure Stephen Moffat probably put in some of the elements that I really enjoyed. But I do think as a whole, these two episodes are far better than Kill the Moon ever was. Kill the Moon had a really interesting premise, but failed in its execution, whereas this has a great premise and really great execution, so it works brilliantly. And it ends perfectly with Bonnie sort of taking over the role as the second Osgood, and I like that idea as well. But yeah, Mark Gatiss sort of saying, I've spoken before, I'm a bit muddled on some of Gatiss's episodes. Generally, I quite like his work. I think he's a very good writer and a pretty decent actor as well, to be fair. But yeah, some of his work in Doctor Who I've not enjoyed that much. This one, though, Sleep No More, seems to be a particularly derided one. And again, I'm going to fly in the face of tradition. I quite like this one. It's a found footage one. That really makes it interesting for me, because found footage is not something that's really been done effectively in a lot of places. It was a bit of a genre thing for a while, the whole concept of found footage, and it was one that I always found the idea of found footage better than a lot of how it was used in execution. Sleep No More is the only time Doctor Who so far has tried this, and tried something non-standard like this. Most Doctor Who shows there can be a variety of different ways that Doctor Who is shot and filmed, but it's always presented in a very normal, straight television way. This is not. The presenting of it as found footage and the way that has to be filmed and shot and staged is impressive and makes for a very interesting idea. And personally, I don't hate it. I think it works very well. I think Reece Shearsmith, one of Mark Gatiss's frequent collaborators, who's guest starring in the episode, I think he does a brilliant job. I like that it's very unusual, and that it ends with the Doctor not really understanding everything. I quite like the idea of the Doctor just not having all the answers at the end of episodes. And that happens here. The Doctor just disappears and flies off in the TARDIS. And yeah, the concept as well, like how it originates because capitalism doesn't want us to sleep so that we can work harder. Ugh. That'll be the future if they ever work out how to do it, I'm sure. But yeah, I quite like this one. A lot of people don't seem to, but yeah, I think it's perfectly serviceable. It's probably one of my favorite examples of found footage as an idea, and it's a perfectly good, perfectly serviceable Doctor Who episode. So I don't get the hate for this one. I really don't. Not to be that guy, but yeah, I don't. Why do people hate this episode? If you don't like this episode, I'd love to know what your reasons are for not liking it. Because, like I said, I think it's pretty good. And then we get to the 3-part finale. So, Face the Raven, the first one. Face the Raven is good. It brings back Rigsy, and it brings back me. And I quite like Rigsy. I like that the Doctor nicknames him Local Knowledge. I think that's pretty good. The idea of the trap street and the extraterrestrial refugees, and how me has kind of created this community that she's keeping safe. I like that. And then the investigation for the murder, how Rigsy's going to be killed. Like, it's dark and really intriguing, and obviously tense as they're trying to investigate exactly what's going on. But yeah, it's how it the actual mystery, this alien that Rigsy supposedly killed, and then they reveal that no, actually she's still alive. And me goes to spare him because obviously, that's what she was going to do. They've proven that Rigsy's innocent, so she's going to spare him. But it turns out that it's all part of a plan by me. She's made a deal with this unknown party to have the Doctor transported far away to keep the streets safe forever. But even worse, she can't remove the chronolock, which is going to kill Rigsy, because Rigsy has passed it on to Clara. And that now means that me doesn't have the ability to remove it because Clara's accepted it for herself. And this is the sort of the culmination of the idea that Clara is trying to be the Doctor. And now it's going to get her killed. And, it ends. There's nothing that the Doctor can do about it. There's nothing me can do about it. Clara is going to die. And she does. The Raven comes out and kills her. Like this spiritual Raven, alien Raven, comes out and kills her. And she dies. And, after watching her die, the Doctor is then teleported away. And Clara, pleaded with the Doctor before she died, don't take revenge for me. But as he teleports away, we're pretty much certain that the Doctor's not going to listen to that, because I think he even says he'll be back and he'll deal with me. So yeah, it's a good one. Very dark. And a surprising end. Like, usually when there's a big death, it comes towards the end of the season, or like a big cliffhanger or a special episode. Clara dies here, and there's still 2 episodes left. And, it's, again, a bit timey-wimey. She does come back in the next 2 episodes. Slight spoiler. But it's a really interesting idea to kill her off here, and it's kind of sudden. And yeah, I don't think people were expecting it. And I really like it. And then we get to the final 2 episodes, which were both written by Stephen Moffat. Face the Raven was written by Sarah Dollard. I think it's her only Doctor Who credit. I may be wrong about that. She may have done some others, but I think it is her only one. But yeah, she's done work on other stuff as well. She's done work on Being Human, which was Toby Whithouse's pet project. Merlin, Primeval. So good episodes and a lot of good stuff. But yeah, the final 2 are written by Stephen Moffat, and they are Heaven Sent and Hellbent. Heaven Sent is probably my favorite episode of this entire era, and it was recently voted one of the best episodes of Doctor Who. Like, in the lead up to the 60th anniversary, Doctor Who magazine did a poll among its readers of the best episodes of Doctor Who, and Heaven Sent came top. And I think that is a testament to how good the writing is in it, because it is very well written, and how good Peter Capaldi's performance as the Doctor is. Because Peter Capaldi is carrying this episode alone. This is not just a companion light episode. This is a no one but the Doctor and the monster episode. Like, Clara does appear inside the Doctor's kind of like dreamscape, because we see that the Doctor kind of going into himself and sort of slowing time down when he's in danger and talking through things inside like the TARDIS. And it gets a bit Sherlocky, you know, because obviously Stephen Moffat and Mark Gatiss were working on Sherlock at this point as well. So you get the whole idea of the, you know, Sherlock going into his mind palace, and it's like that, but it's the Doctor. He goes into the TARDIS. But it's the way it's done here, because it's the Doctor showing off. And that's what I really like. The idea that it's the Doctor inside his own version of his mind palace, but he's showing off and he's telling the story of how he did this amazing thing to get out of trouble. And it makes some of the near misses that we get told or have seen of the Doctors so much better. Because it's like the idea that this is the first time we're seeing it, but the Doctor's been doing this forever, I think is a great concept. Like how you know, how Missy explained that story previously of how he dodged the lasers and wired it into his teleporter so he could escape. Yeah, fantastic. It really is. I think it's a great concept. And like I said, the way it's used, like Clara even appears inside the TARDIS. We don't see her face, but she's there because the Doctor needs someone to brag to, someone to show off to. And, you know, every Doctor has had an element of showman to them. And I think this is where we really get to see it, because with Capaldi, it is very pronounced, the whole idea of him being the showman, the show off. You know, the fact he dresses in like a magician's outfit, you know, his basic outfit for most of the series. I mean, Peter Capaldi has like the least unified look of any modern Doctor. You know, he's quite often changing his jacket and having hoodies on and things like that. But you know, the default look that we get of his Doctor is that magician coat, you know, the black coat with the red lining and the ruffed sleeves and things like that. And he has a very similar, it's a different jacket in this, but it's still similar outfit. So yeah, and I like it. He's just exploring this castle while being pursued by this monster. And he finds this wall made of asbantium, which is a mineral harder than diamond. And he gets directed there after all these clues, all these investigations, and he discovers that this creature needs confessions from him. You know, when he gives a confession of some kind, doesn't matter what the confession is, but when he gives some kind of a confession, this monster backs off. And you know, he works out that he's been in this castle for, well, he works out that he's about 7,000 years in the future, and he doesn't know why. And he eventually works it all out and pieces it all together, and he tries to break the wall with his fist. Like I said, this is something that's harder than diamond, and he tries to break it with his fist. And that's at that point the creature appears, mortally wounds him. He crawls back to the room he appeared in and sacrifices himself just as the castle resets to rematerialize a new copy of himself exactly as he originally teleported in. And basically, we get this whole idea of the Doctor being in a time loop. And I love as well that the first version that we see isn't the first version of the Doctor in this time loop. I think that's great. And we explain it with the story of a bird trying to peck its way through a mountain. You know, as he eventually manages to destroy the Asbantian wall. And it takes billions of years, like 4.5 billion years. And we see the montage at the end where it cycles through and shows how much time is going past and how the Doctor gets further with his story every single time before he gets wounded by the creature. Oh, I love it. It's fantastic. Like a really good episode, really good storytelling, like visually and in terms of the writing. It just works so well. And then he manages to break through the wall and gets out and comes through a portal and finds that he's standing on Gallifrey and he's travelled the long way round because he's been in his confession dial all along. And he tells a child to go to the city and tell the Time Lords that he's on his way and he knows what they did. And then that leads into the series finale, Hellbent. And this is just a culmination of plot lines. Like, the Doctor is back on Gallifrey. So it's the first time we're really seeing Gallifrey again since the end of the Time War. We bring back the General from Day of the Doctor. We bring back Rassilon, now played by Donald Sumpter, who was also in Being Human. We bring back Ohilia, the leader of the Sisterhood of Khan. We even bring back me. Yeah, it's great. And the Doctor is very commanding in this. And we learn that Rassilon basically imprisoned him in the dial to force him to confess what he knows about the hybrid, because the hybrid is prophesized to stand in the ruins of Gallifrey and unravel the web of time. So the Doctor uses the fact that they want this information to his advantage. You know, he manages to sway people to his side. He manages to exile Rassilon. Finds out that Gallifrey is now trapped at like the end of time, the end of existence. He uses the Time Lords to help him pluck Clara from the past at the instant of her death, like trapped in between seconds, like she's not even breathing. It's a really clever idea. Like, she's frozen in a moment of time, and he says it so that she can consult her about the hybrid. But then, there's other elements in this that I don't like the fact that the Doctor shoots the General, which forces the General to regenerate. And you can argue, well, that Time Lords regenerate, so he's not actually killing someone. But it's like, the Doctor takes that stance not to kill anyone. And it's bad enough when he does it to Solomon. And you can argue, well, like I said, you can argue that the General will regenerate, so it's not an actual death. Were it not for the fact that we've explored that concept with both David Tennant and Matt Smith when they regenerated, that no, it is a death. The person you are dies and you're replaced with someone else. So, yeah, I'm not really keen on that. But yeah, the Doctor tries to take Clara away from Gallifrey, tried to keep her alive. But he can't. Her death is now a fixed point in time. He wouldn't be there if she wasn't dead. So he can't undo it. And then with Ashildr in the ruins of Gallifrey, he realizes that the hybrid, which could be Ashildr, could be me, because it's a union of two warrior races. It's the Doctor and Clara together, and how much they're going to damage the universe. So yeah, that's the truth of the hybrid. The hybrid is one that's built up throughout the season and is mentioned a lot more than I've actually mentioned it so far. So, for example, from the moment it's introduced in The Magician's Apprentice and The Witch's Familiar, it's sort of speculated that perhaps it could be, linked to what the Doctor does with Davros, and how he kind of gives Time Lord regeneration energy to the Daleks. It could be me, because she's a union of the Maya technology and a Viking, a human warrior. I don't know if it's really touched on in Under the Lake or Before the Flood, and I can't remember if it's touched in The Woman Who Lived. But I know the Zygon invasion definitely approaches the idea that it could be, referring to the Osgoods, the idea of, one human and one Zygon together. But again, I think that's kind of like a passing mention. But yeah, here, the idea that, it could be a Shilda, because she's there in the ruins as well. But the idea that me turns it back around on the Doctor and says, look at everything you've done for Clara here. It's you two together. And the Doctor kind of grudging realization that, yeah, actually she might be right. And so he decides to remove Clara's memories of him to prevent the Time Lords from finding her. But Clara changes it so that it affects the Doctor, not her. And so the Doctor forgets about Clara. And the Doctor wakes up in the desert, and this is where we get the framing story for Hellbent, because Hellbent is actually told to us in a flashback, because the Doctor arrives in this American diner and sits and speaks to a waitress, and the waitress is Clara, but the Doctor obviously doesn't recognize her, and he's just wandering with his suit and his guitar and his sunglasses, and tells tells this waitress that is Clara, that he doesn't know is Clara, the story of how he lost Clara. Again, very timey-wimey. And then the episode ends with the Doctor getting back in his TARDIS, sort of unaware of what he's lost, knowing that he's lost Clara, but not being able to remember her properly. And then Clara goes off with a Shilda in their own TARDIS, because it turns out the diner that they were in, which I think was actually a reuse of the same diner from The Impossible Astronaut. I do like as well how Doctor Who's doing a lot more location shooting, or at least seems to. If they are still staying in Wales, they're doing a brilliant job at disguising it. It looks like a desert in Nevada, but for all I know, they could have filmed it in a quarry, and just found the 1 or 2 sunny days that Wales has every year. I've got Welsh family, I'm allowed to say that. But yeah, it's an interesting conclusion, and Ashilda and Clara sort of go off together in their own TARDIS, and it's not really explored what happens with them, like the idea that they're going off and exploring time and space together, because Clara eventually will have to go back to the moment of her death. It's a fixed point. She will have to go back. But we know that this is something that Me has wanted the entire time. We know that traveling in the TARDIS is something that Clara wants. So it's kind of a happy ending in a way. And it's the last we see of Ashilda, just kind of ends her plotline, but also the last we see of Clara. And I've got to admit, I kind of like it. It's a good ending. I will say as well, there's one episode, one mini episode that I did cover I did watch as part of this season. I know I said I won't usually cover the mini episodes, but there was one that I did watch as part of the season, which was a prologue led into the Magician's Apprentice, which actually brought back Ohilia as well. And the idea of the Doctor sort of giving her the confession dial to pass on to Missy, although they don't say that he's giving it to Missy, and they don't really explain what the confession dial is. But yeah, it's quite nice to see Ohilia come back, and obviously having her in that prologue and then having her in Hellbent just kind of bookend the series some way, and it implies that she knows the Doctor a lot more and a lot better than we've really explored up until this point. I mean, obviously she was responsible for the 8th Doctor's regeneration into the War Doctor, but the fact that the 12th Doctor felt he was able to go to her to pass on his confession dial, yeah, that suggests there's more to that story, which would be interesting to see at some point. But yeah, it's it's quite good. I like this series. I think it's a good one. I think the hybrid storyline, like I said, is better than I think it's a better unifying story than the Afterlife, the Nethersphere one in the previous season. But I think as well, part of that might be because it's not developed as much. It's just kind of offhand references. Like, to the point that the first time I watched it through, I didn't really realize just how much of a connecting element it was. So it's kind of more subtle. It plays a large part in the finale of the series, but not so much of a large part, and it's mentioned at the beginning and plays a part in the ending, but not so much throughout the way through. It's kind of hints and bits being dropped here and there. But yeah, it's a decent series with a decent supporting cast, and kind of I think the decision to do the 2-part serials did a world of good. It's not something they really keep with going forward, for better or for worse, but yeah, it is what it is. There's one more Christmas special after that, and then a singular special for the year afterwards. So Doctor Who actually took a bit of a break. So I'll cover those 2 specials together. Right, so the 2 specials that I'm going to discuss. This is because I say specials because we didn't immediately transition into the next series. First, we had the Christmas special for 2015, which was The Husbands of River Song. And then throughout 2016, the only Doctor Who episode we got was the subsequent Christmas special, which was called The Return of Dr. Mysterio. And Return of Dr. Mysterio was the only episode that I don't think, from this run, that I don't think I'd watched at the time, like, at all. I'd missed a lot of The Girl Who Died, so I hadn't completely seen all of that one, but I'd had watched The Woman Who Lived, so I kind of caught up on the story. But this one, Return of Dr. Mysterio, I only seen it now on my recent rewatch for the first time. I quite like it, though. The reason there was no series in 2016 was a scheduling issue. Basically, Stephen Moffat, as well as being showrunner of Doctor Who, as I said earlier, was also the showrunner of Sherlock. And Sherlock was a hit series for the BBC. And so the BBC didn't want to put undue pressure on Stephen Moffat by working too hard on both shows, so they came to an agreement that while he was working on this 4th season of Sherlock, until that was finished, they wouldn't expect any further episodes of Doctor Who from him. So it put back the release of the 10th season. Well, 10th series, I should say. We don't really use the season model here in the UK. Anyway, Husbands of River Song, as the title suggests, brings back the character of River Song. When it was first announced, this was something I was a bit dubious about. I like River, but I also thought that her character had had a fantastic conclusion in the Matt Smith era, because obviously there was the, sort of their last meeting in sort of the Angels Take Manhattan, and then how that, presumably led to the library, where she died originally with David Tennant. But then obviously there was also the nice little epilogue to that in Name of the Doctor. So I was quite happy with how the character had been left. So I was a bit nervous about the fact that they were bringing her in for the new Doctor. That said, though, I'm happy to say that the episode did actually win me round. I really like the Husbands of River song. It's a lot of fun. It's basically a bit of a romp. The Doctor gets brought in due to mistaken identity, and we find that River has gotten married to this intergalactic despot called King Hydroflax, who's played brilliantly by Greg Davis, comedian Greg Davis, also known for his work on Taskmaster. He's a very funny man. I'm a huge fan of his. So it was great seeing him. And basically, he has a diamond stuck in his head, and that's the thing that River actually wants. The thing is, River doesn't identify the Doctor. She doesn't recognize his current face. And so the Doctor's kind of struggling to convince her that he is the Doctor, because obviously she was after a Doctor, so she just thinks he's a Doctor, not the Doctor. And this is where he kind of learns more about River, like how much she acts on her, how she acts on her own, how many other lovers she's had, like the real kind of mercenary side of River. And there's a whole load of ridiculous goings on. Like I said, it's a bit of a romp. They end up with Hydroflax's head in a bag. Hydroflax has this gigantic robot body, which then gets another head. The head it gets is from a character, Nardole, who's like River's assistant. So that ends up on the Hydroflax body, but the Hydroflax body is kind of independently trying to get back to his head. River tries to sell the head and the diamond to a group called Harmony Shoal, but then they are actually working for Hydroflax as well. So yeah, it's very, very funny, very farcical, as all good adventure romps should be. And River eventually works out the Doctor's identity, and the scene where she does that is brilliant. And then she just looks at the Doctor, and he's able to give her the "Hi, sweetie." Yeah, it was really touching. And then that leads us to Beryllium. The Doctor crashes, the starship they're on gets caught in a meteor strike, crashes on Beryllium. The Doctor arrives and says to a person there who's sort of watching the wreckage, this would be a great place for a restaurant, plants the idea in his head, and then uses the TARDIS to come back like 12 years later. And it turns out this is their final date. Doctor and River are due to have their final date at Beryllium. This is the one place. It was one of the first things that River mentioned, back in Silence in the Library, was that they'd just come from Beryllium. But this is it. This is the end of their story. And, the Doctor's kind of held it off for as long as possible. River's held it off for as long as possible. And this is where the Doctor finally gives in and takes River to the restaurant, and they said they're going to have their final date, and it's going to be one night on Beryllium. But then there's the revelation that a night on Beryllium lasts for 24 years. And I absolutely love it. I think that the final scenes with the two of them together are lovely. Alex Kingston's chemistry with Peter Capaldi isn't as immediately as apparent as it is with Matt Smith. I think that's because of the mistaken identity. But when when she realizes who the Doctor is, they do have a very genuine chemistry. So, both helped by the fact that they're incredibly talented actors. So, yeah, I was really pleased with this. A lot more than I thought I'd be when I originally heard the premise. Because, like I said, I heard the premise and I was like, oh, they're bringing back River Song. And I was like, oh, I'm not sure how I feel about that. And then we get the episode and I'm like, actually, I quite like this. And some of the other things that get introduced, there's some interesting creature designs. Like I said, Hydroflax is a lot of fun. Nardole is very interesting, played by Matt Lucas. He goes on to become a recurring element from now on for the 12th Doctor. He seems like a very Matt Lucas character. So your opinion on Nardole may kind of depend on your views on Matt Lucas as a performer, especially as a comedy performer. Personally, I don't mind him. I think Nardole's quite interesting. He has a lot of great lines as his character goes on. Not so much here, but yeah, I quite like it. So then we get to the return of Dr. Mysterio. So the first Christmas special, and the only episode of 2016. I quite like this one as well. This one is basically a superhero story done with Doctor Who. So there's the Doctor and Nardole, fresh off of leaving Beryllium, investigate a New York branch of Harmony Shoal. So Harmony Shoal is obviously, there was reference to that in the previous episode. They are a multinational research company. And what they are doing is they're transplanting alien brains into humans. Okay. Now, while they're investigating, they also come into a journalist called Lucy Fletcher, who is also investigating. And when they get captured by one of the alien workers, they get rescued by a superhero called the Ghost. Now, the Ghost is actually Grant Gordon, a person that the Doctor met several years ago as a child and accidentally turned into a superhero. I say accidentally because, Grant Gordon was like, he's a huge Superman fan. There's Superman references. They use Superman comics all over the place in this, so it's very clearly a Superman inspired story, which I also don't mind. Superman is one of the most iconic heroes ever. He is the first superhero. If you're going to do a superhero story, you can't go wrong with using the Superman archetype because it is that well known by the public. And all the elements are present here. The alliterative name in Grant Gordon, the superhero identity, the fact that he's hopelessly in love with someone who is also hopelessly in love with his superhero alter ego, who's also a journalist, in this case, Lucy Fletcher. Grant and Lucy being quite close. I love it. There's a lot of really good elements. Like, if you know the Superman mythos, and I think, like I said, most people have a passing familiarity with it, but I think if you're a fan of the Superman mythos, there's a lot of the elements here. And yeah, the titular Dr. Mysterio is the Doctor. Like, that's the name he gives himself when he's working with the young Grant. But the night he meets him, Grant is quite ill, and Grant gets sort of roped into the adventure with the Doctor. The Doctor has this gem thing that he needs, and he asks Grant to hold it, but after he said he's going to get Grant medicine, so Grant swallows it. Which then, that is what gives Grant his superpowers. Yeah, I love it. It's quite funny. Grant is also working for Lucy as a nanny, like he's looking after her child while she's off doing her work. And yeah, I've got to say, I quite like it. Even the aliens' plan, it's a very superhero, supervillain style plan. They are it feels very comic book. They've got their ship, and they've wired it up to turn it into a bomb, so it's going to crash into New York, and it's all part of this complex plan because they've got like insurance with world leaders, so all the world leaders are going to come to the Harmony Shoal buildings because they're designed to be like bomb-proof and bulletproof, so they're one of the safest places on Earth, and there's Harmony Shoal buildings all over the globe. So all of the world leaders are going to go to the Harmony Shoal buildings, and they're going to have their brains replaced with the aliens, because they're aliens that just look like brains. They look like human brains. So they're going to go into the humans and essentially give them control of the Earth like that. And it's like, that is a fantastic idea. It's a real comic book plot, and I'm totally fine with it. And the Doctor gets involved and decides to aim the ship earlier than planned, so before Harmony Shoal is ready, and the collision ends up getting stopped by Grant, and which reveals his superhero identity to Lucy. And then he and Lucy kind of announce their love for each other. He throws the ship into the sun. Unit kind of comes in and shuts down Harmony Shoal, but one of the alien brains escapes by putting itself into a unit soldier. So there's a little tease for later in standard comic book fashion, especially comic book movies and television adaptions. It's like, oh, there's your post-credit scene. There's your hook for later on, and yeah, I've got to say, I like this. I really do. Like, there's a lot of talk about spin-offs for Doctor Who. Lots of talk for spin-offs of Doctor Who. Personally, I wouldn't mind a sequel or a follow-up to this, bringing back Grant Gordon, bring back Lucy, bring back Harmony Shoal, and just kind of tying that in. Like, the idea that somewhere on Earth there is a superhero in the Doctor Who universe, that's great. And it's like, superhero media, I know we're probably approaching, like, the bubble feels like it's starting to burst with the reaction that some modern comic book projects are having, but I don't know, maybe if they'd have done this a bit earlier, it might have capitalized on something. I don't know. I mean, it's a fun little idea, right? So, just bringing something I quite like, into Doctor Who as well. I like sci-fi, I like superheroes. So bringing them together, having, give us an American unit agent for him to team up with. Yeah, it could be a lot of fun. So, if they do a unit show, maybe he could be a guest character in one episode. That'd be a nice little callback. So, yeah, it was a nice little two-parter for Harmony Shoal, and kind of, linking the two specials in that way with this, this connected alien group. But yeah, there's a lot. I think there's some promise there to see more of it. So, I don't know, maybe. Could be fun.
Right, so Series 10. Series 10 for me is Peter Capaldi's best series, and one of Stephen Moffat's best series, actually. I think, for me, Series 10 is where it really started to gel what they were trying to do with this Doctor. And it's not that I didn't like Peter Capaldi as the Doctor. I really did, but I think Series 10 is one of those that put him right up there for me as, like, one of my favorite Doctors. Like, at the minute, I'd still say Matt Smith is my favorite, but Peter Capaldi comes very, very close. Because I just really like his, what they do with him in this season. For me, this season is where everything kind of gelled. So we start with the pilot, and we get to meet our new companion, who is Pearl Mackie, playing the character of Bill Potts. And I've not seen Pearl Mackie in anything else. I don't know anything else about them as an actor, but Bill is instantly captivating. Like, she attends the university, but she doesn't attend the university. She works there. She works in the restaurant, and she keeps gatecrashing the lectures, specifically lectures that are being given by the Doctor, because the Doctor is a professor at the university, and it's implied that he's been there for about 70 years, just him and Nardole in their office. And yeah, that he becomes really interested in Bill because Bill keeps coming to his lectures, but he knows she's not a student, so he decides to take her under his wing as a student. That to me is immediately quite interesting, because I love seeing the type of characters that the Doctor themselves gets interested in and captivated by, because it's not always the people that you think they would. You might instantly, you might look at the character of Bill straight away as an outsider and think, okay, so she's, there's something intriguing about the fact that she keeps going to these lectures, but not necessarily enough to really take, for a cosmic being, who's 2,000 years old to really take an interest in. But no, the Doctor sees something special in Bill, so it's like, no, take an interest in Bill. But yeah, the episode involves like a liquid alien that it's like a living fluid from this mysterious puddle. But Bill is drawn, the puddle is drawn to Bill's attention by another student named Heather. Bill is lesbian, so she's intrigued by Heather naturally anyway. But yeah, Heather asks her to inspect a puddle, saying, "Can you see what's wrong with the reflection?" And the Doctor investigates the puddle later on when Bill clues him into it, and notes that it's not a reflection, it's a copy. And Heather has heterochromia, so she's got different coloured eyes, or something different in one of her eyes. So she notices immediately by looking at the reflection and knowing that her eyes are wrong. And yeah, there's a living creature inside it, and it's like a link to a ship that's absorbed Heather and also Heather's feelings for Bill, and so starts chasing Bill, which then means Bill has to run to the Doctor's study. They then run into the TARDIS. The Doctor moves the TARDIS down. He moves the TARDIS downstairs because there's a vault downstairs that he and Nardole are guarding. They then, the TARDIS then jumps to Australia as well, and Heather immediately finds them, and follows them to another planet through the middle of a Dalek battle. But eventually Bill manages to convince Heather to let her go, and it leaves. And the Doctor takes Bill back to his study, where he's about to wipe her memories of the day, and she stops him. And then, she sees the Doctor waiting with the TARDIS and joins him. He offers her an adventure. And then that leads straight into the next episode. I think it's a pretty good introduction. I like it. I think Bill's a very interesting companion. It's one of the best companion introduction stories I think we've got, like where we're just introducing a new companion. If you put it up there with like Smith and Jones, Runaway Bride, Bells of St. John, this is probably the better one of them. It's hard to rank it against something like the 11th Hour, because that's as well as, or Rose, because they're also introducing the Doctor. So yeah, but in terms of an introduction to a companion, Bill is probably one of my favorite companions. In terms of just how she's introduced, she's instantly got my attention. And then we get taken to, the standard series format of we'll do one future episode and one historical episode, to sort of introduce time travel and the TARDIS, and gradually let the companion learn some of the weird stuff around the Doctor. And by the way, there's a new TARDIS interior, I think, at this point, which is very good. I quite like it. I quite like the TARDIS in this series. So yeah, series episode 2 is Smile. It's written by Frank Cottrell Boyce again. So it's his second episode for the series. It's one of the first colony planets for Earth, and the cold open for this is very, very good. Sets the tone very well. That there's something creepy that something that shouldn't be creepy that is actually creepy, and basically there's like emoji bots, and the emoji bots are adorable, and I love the concept that they're like monitoring people's emotions through these badges, but the badges are behind people so they can't see them. Like, you can't see what emotion you are projecting. That's quite an intriguing wrinkle, because it's like, how do you fool the sensor? And yeah, basically something's gone wrong, and the setup crew has been killed by the emoji bots and the nanites that are controlling the colony. And then they're thinking, oh, okay, well, we can do something about this and save everyone, because, the actual colony is going to be arriving. No, the actual colony is buried underneath the planet, and the shepherds were woken up early. And yeah, then we reveal what happened, and it's one of the shepherds died. The emoji bots couldn't recognize grief, couldn't understand why everyone was sad and why they were in mourning, and so tried to fight back against the sadness by sort of exercising it, thinking they were ill, and wiped out all of the shepherds. It's really dark, and it's just like bad machine programming. It makes me think of all things of the animated film Big Hero 6, where it's like Baymax is recognizing Hero's grief as like a medical symptom, but not understanding it because it's not something he's been programmed with. But yeah, the awakened colonies are like on the verge of fighting back, but the Doctor wipes the memory of the robots and reboots everything. Reboots all the robots, all the nanites, the Vardis they're called. So yeah, it's quite cool. They travel, Doctor and Bill leave. They've sort of left everything peaceful as they can. Some people are still dead, but there's a promise there for the future. And so they take the TARDIS, they go back to London, but they miss land, and they arrive on the River Thames, frozen, with an elephant walking towards them, which leads into the next episode, Thin Ice. Thin Ice is written by Sarah Dollard again, and I really like this episode. It's 1814 London, and it's a frost fair on the Thames. And, we get to explore that frost fair, and we get to see, class warfare with the character of Lord Sutcliffe. There's something underneath
the Thames that's been imprisoned there, because the Lord Sutcliffe has used the creature for years to amass a fortune because they can sell its waste as a replacement for coal. And so, but he keeps letting people get eaten by it, obviously to fuel it. And yeah, it's really good. There's a whole load of runaway kids. They're exploring like the class inequality, the race inequality as well. The Doctor has some very pointed words for Lord Sutcliffe as well about how he values human life. Again, another great Doctor speech. And yeah, it's very cool. This is a good episode. I really like this one. It's one of the better historical episodes. I'm a bit more hit and miss with some of the historicals in Doctor Who. I'm not sure if it's because the setting of a historical does kind of constrain it. There's only so much. I just find the sci-fi ones are a lot more imaginative than the historicals. But when they do have something to say, like they do here, I think it really, really works. So, I mean, Smile and Thin Ice, they're both perfectly serviceable episodes. They're not the most memorable of the season by any means. I mean, Smile is memorable because of the emoji bots themselves, but, they're not the best of the seasons, but they're not the worst either. And that's just because I quite like a lot of the things in this series. They return to the present. Nardole tells the Doctor off because the Doctor has broken his oath. He's not supposed to leave the planet. And so, when they check the vault beneath the university, Nardole hears something in the vault knocking repeatedly. So yeah, this is the status quo for this series. The Doctor, there's something in the vault, and the Doctor has an oath to protect it, which means he's not supposed to leave the planet. Nardole is there to ensure that he fulfills his oath. Yeah, very interesting one. The fourth episode, Knock Knock, is written by Mike Bartlett, who is an English playwright and screenwriter. He's won quite a few awards, including the New Drama Award from the National Television Awards, Best Writer from Press Guild Awards, things like that. So, quite a good pedigree. However, I do not think this is that great of an episode. It has David Suchet in it, in a recurring role, that Poirot himself as a guest role. But the episode itself is basically a kind of like a haunted house story. David Suchet is just the landlord. That's all his character is. And Bill and a group of other students sign a lease with him to live in this magnificent house that he owns, in London. And the Doctor helps Bill move in, but then becomes suspicious of the landlord. And that's when some of the students start to disappear and groups end up getting separated and things like that. The Doctor ends up with one of the students and they discover leases from decades ago, etc. And there's the whole mystery about what's going on. And, obviously the landlord's clearly sus. Oh, God, I've been hanging around the kids too much. Clearly suspect. And we reveal that we find out that the whole incident is part of his plan to keep his daughter alive. And this is where Bill and one of the other students, Shireen, come across the daughter, Eliza, and she's composed of wood. Like, she is a wood being. And after Bill finds, after the Doctor finds Bill, he realizes that the landlord isn't Eliza's father, he's Eliza's son. This has been going on for a long time.
and there's these creatures there that the landlord is kind of able to control and tries to send them after the Doctor and Bill, but Eliza can also control them, and she kind of turns them on them both, and hugs the landlord as these creatures consume them both. And the whole house collapses, the kids, the students all live. But yeah, it's very it's very, very dark. It's basically a haunted house storyline. It's not the best episode, but I don't hate it. It's perfectly serviceable. I just think it's probably the weakest of this series, or one of the weakest in this series. There's one other that I don't think is particularly great. But yeah, I don't have anything more to say about that one. The 5th episode, though, Oxygen, I love. I really love it. For the most part, because of the very strong anti-capitalist message in it. In a similar way to Sleep No More, the alien, well, the future humanity and its rampant, unchecked greed, after finding a way to kind of monetize sleep, has now found a way to monetize oxygen. So there's robotic spacesuits on this space station, which are the only source of oxygen on the station. And all the crew have been using them, and then the crew received, the suits received an order from the head office to deactivate organic components, and some of the crew had survived by being disconnected, but the networked suits can transmit the command by touching them. So the Doctor, Bill, and Nardole end up there. Nardole goes with them because it's a distress call that the Doctor picks up. So he's monitoring the Doctor. And yeah, Bill's suit malfunctions, so the Doctor gives his helmet to save her, which exposes him to the vacuum of space, which blinds him. He then also leaves her behind later on, which has her electrocuted, but her suit hasn't got enough power in it for a lethal shock. But yeah, it turns out that it's all an algorithm. Like, the algorithm that the company created worked out that the crew was inefficient, so they were too expensive to keep alive, so killed them, but then uses the suits to puppet their bodies. It's so dark. Oh, yeah, a real kind of twist where it's just like human lives are valued as too expensive. But yeah, and then that's when the Doctor fixes it, because he wires the life signs of the remaining survivors to the station, so that if they die, the station will explode, which then means it's now more expensive to kill them. And so the sort of the puppeted suits give over all their remaining oxygen, which means Bill gets revived, the Doctor's eyes are repaired, and the survivors return to their head office to complain. However, the twist, back at the end, the Doctor reveals to Nardole that he is still blind. He can't see. The damage is seemingly permanent. And I like this concept. There's a lot about this episode I like. It's a good bit of tension. The thinking that Bill is going to die, that she's been, killed off. Very, very good. And then that's followed by another very strong episode in Extremis. And Extremis is written by Moffat. I should say Oxygen was written by Jamie Matheson. So
yeah, Jamie Matheson has a very good run of episodes as a writer here. In Capaldi's era, Mummy on the Orient Express, great. Flatline, great. Girl Who Died, great. And now Oxygen, which is his last episode for Doctor Who, but all of them have been really good. So, yeah, Extremists, written by Moffat, and we learn the truth of what's in the vault. Okay. We reveal that a while ago, the Doctor was sent to execute Missy. And Nardole interrupted, like this the concept of this whole planet that deals with executions, which is great. It's a similar aspect to like the Tesselector and going back in time and like punishing people. They deal with executions, but they have to have another representative of the race deliver the execution. And the way it's framed at the start, it looks like they're going to kill the Doctor until they reveal Missy. And it's like, no, the Doctor is the one that's there to execute Missy. And it's like, that's quite clever. I like that. But yeah, Nardole comes in and interrupts and says like one of his last, one of River Song's like last wishes to him was that he look after the Doctor, and he has permission to kick his ass, as he keeps saying. And yeah, the Doctor refuses to kill Missy and decides to imprison and guard her for over 1,000 years. And the scene, that's at the end where they reveal that, and he kind of turns the tables on the execution planet. And he says, there's a very funny scene. He says, you've got an execution index, a death index. Look me up. And he says, yes, you have an entry, same as anyone. And he says, yes, look me up under cause of death. And then like this guy's ticker on his device just starts ticking off. And then the ticking gets faster. And then the ticking gets faster until it's just like a constant stream of and it's like, yes, you have quite an impressive record, and I'm going to run now. It's very, very funny. Yeah. So we come to the present, and in the present day, the Pope visits the Doctor, asking him to help translate a text called the Veritas. We reveal that everyone who has ever read the Veritas has committed suicide. And so the Doctor, Nardole, and Bill, crashing one of Bill's dates when the Pope just turns out of her bedroom, get brought along to the Vatican to investigate. And while they're there, Bill and Nardole find a portal that leads them to the Pentagon. They find a room full of portals that are all being projected to different locations around the world. The Doctor temporarily restores his sight so that he can read the Veritas, but gets ambushed by aliens when he's doing it. Nardole realizes the projectors are not projecting the portals, but they're instead projecting the whole world, which is a realization that causes him to dematerialize. This is when Bill finds the Doctor, who tells her that the whole world is a simulation and the Veritas contains the proof. The Bill then disappears, and so the Doctor realizes this whole thing is a test from the aliens to see if they can conquer the Earth. But the simulation is too exact, and his sonic sunglasses still work. So the Doctor has been recording everything and sends the information to the real Doctor outside of the simulation to warn him about the coming invasion. Really clever twist. The actual concept for the episode, until the twist is finally revealed, is very interesting. Like, there is a theory in physics that we could be living in a simulation. And I know it sounds like something, someone's just watched The Matrix too many times. But no, there is actually a theory. I'm going to do an episode on The Matrix, so I'll look it up in a bit more detail before I do that one. But I remember reading it years ago, and it's the idea that like we can't prove that we're not in a simulation. We could be in a very advanced simulation. We can't prove otherwise. So the universe could be simulated. And the point of the Veritas is it gives you a way to prove it.
And there's a very, very interesting scene where Bill and Nardole are at CERN, and a group of the scientists realize they haven't read it, and they kind of do a Veritas test on them by having them quote random numbers, and they all pull up the same string of numbers. And it's very haunting because you don't really realize what's going on at this point. You're just like, this is weird. I like it when Doctor Who gets a bit weird, can you tell? And yeah, the twist that, you know, these monks have been watching Earth, and they've been doing a simulation to work out exactly the right time in Earth's history to invade. And they've decided that now is the time because of the simulation. But the simulation has taken everything into account, even the Doctor. It's like, that's very clever. Very, very clever. Like, very good planning on the part of the aliens. And obviously, this then leads into the next two episodes, because Extremis is technically the first of a three-parter. But each of them still kind of counts as separate stories as well. In the fact that there's like plot elements from them going through, but each of them is very self-contained. So Extremis is part one, and we'll go on to part 2 and 3 next. Right, so episode 7, The Pyramid at the End of the World. The monks arrive in a pyramid, and it's this pyramid that's mysteriously appeared at the border of Russia, of the Russian, Chinese, and US armies. I don't know if they ever really explain where in the world it is, but it's like a point where all three of those armies kind of intersect, basically. And it's on the border for all of them. And the monks are responsible for the pyramid. And they said they have foreseen a disaster through their simulations. And they are offering an opportunity to save humanity if humanity consents to their rule. And I like the idea. It's like, we could save you from yourselves in the future, but only if you do everything we tell you. There was an Avengers story where Kang the Conqueror actually conquered the planet doing that. He basically said, you know, I'm going to save you from yourself. And then, you know, to sort of reinforce this, they set all the clocks around the world at like similar to the Doomsday Clock. So it's like a few minutes to midnight. And they basically run a countdown. Like, that becomes a ticking clock. And so the Secretary General of the UN tries to offer his consent, but the consent must be pure. And he consents, you know, he consents because he's acting out of fear, so the monks kill him for it. Which is also a great idea. The idea that the consent must be pure, it must be freely given. So yeah, and we cut to a biochemical lab. And there's two scientists, one of whom has damaged their glasses or doesn't have their glasses, and one of whom is hungover. And as a result, one of them misreads the levels of chemicals in a bacteria, in an experiment that they're doing, which releases this biochemical bacteria that starts contaminating the plants in the lab. Which is a really interesting subplot, because it's like we kind of know that that's the problem, but the Doctor and the other characters with him don't. So we know what's going on, but we also don't know how it's going to lead to the end of the world. We just know that that's, like, we're being shown this for a reason. So yeah, the Doctor eventually works out that the disaster that's being counted down to is completely unrelated to war, but we don't know what it is. So he suggests something biochemical, something that they're watching. So, you know, because he notices in the pyramid that they've got CCTV cameras and things like that. So he looks at the CCTV around the world, and this is where he finds the lab. So him and Nardole go to it. Nardole gets exposed to the bacteria while waiting in the TARDIS and collapses. he was trying to guide the Doctor through, because obviously the Doctor can't see. But the Doctor's immune because he's non-human, but Nardole Nardole's a bit of a mishmash. He's not quite an alien, not quite a robot. The Doctor suggests he rebuilt him after what happened with Hydroflax. But he says that Nardole may have human lungs. He said I may have got them cheap. But yeah, so the Doctor sort of works out with one of the lab workers that the only way to stop this is to destroy the lab. But he gets stuck on the wrong side of a manual lock because of his blindness. And he has to reveal this to Bill, who he's talking to. And so Bill gets the monks to restore the Doctor's eyesight, which they agree to do if she surrenders, if she consents for them to rule, which they do. So Bill consents and surrenders, and because their consent is about saving the Doctor, their consent is pure. And so, yeah, the Doctor gets his eyesight back, manages to escape the lab. The lab gets destroyed, but the monks now have the planet. Really clever episode. Part written by Peter Harness, part written by Stephen Moffat. Again, I'm not sure who wrote what parts. Peter Harness, has worked on the Zygon Invasion, Zygon Inversion. Again, Zygon Inversion, he also co-wrote with Stephen Moffat, which was one of the best episodes that season. So the two of them really work well together, clearly. Because, considering his other big episode was Kill the Moon, I don't know what parts the two of them wrote, but it's a good episode. It's very, very tense. And then that leads into Lie of the Land, which is written by Toby Whithouse. Now, can I just say, Toby Whithouse has mentioned about how he wanted, he would love to be showrunner of Doctor Who, but he's never been asked. And based on the quality of his episodes, I would love him to be showrunner. This is the last episode he writes for Doctor Who. But his previous caliber is School Reunion, Vampires of Venice, God Complex, Town Called Mercy, Under the Lake / Before the Flood, and now this one, The Lie of the Land. Every single one of those is a good to great episode. There's not a single bad one in there. So I'd very much like to see what he could do as a showrunner, because he has been a showrunner. He was the series creator of Being Human. I love Being Human. It's a great show. So I'd love to see what he could bring to Doctor Who. Being Human's one I might actually do an episode on at some point in the future. It's a very, very good show. Flatshare comedy meets horror. I don't even know where I could find it nowadays. But yeah, that's a topic for another day. But yeah, I'd love to see what he could do as a showrunner for Doctor Who. And his episode here that kind of concludes this whole monk storyline is very good, because it's like the monks not only rule the planet, but they seem to have altered history to make it look like they've always been here and they've been guiding human development the entire time. And Bill knows the truth and a few others do, but that's it. Most of the human population is completely convinced that the monks have always been there. They've always been leading humanity. There's statues for them everywhere and everything. It's such a good concept. And yeah, Nardole finds Bill. Bill takes Bill to the Doctor. The Doctor is seemingly cooperating with the monks, which causes Bill to shoot him, because she gets hold of a gun because there's some armed officers in the room. And, she sees him as a traitor. She lashes out, shoots him, and it looks like he's regenerating, but it's all a trick. to see like whether Bill has been fooled by the monks, which obviously she hasn't. They did use the fake regeneration as part of the teaser for the previous episode. And I think that's the main reason why it happens. But I think also it might have been like a red herring, because we knew that Peter Capaldi was leaving. Like, he announced he was going to leave January 2017. This is obviously the 2017 series. So while we didn't know who the new Doctor was yet, we knew that Peter Capaldi was leaving. So I think they specifically filmed that fake regeneration just so that they had that teaser there. I don't know. It is what it is. And yeah, they go to the university and meet with Missy. And Missy has encountered the monks before, and she reveals that they have like a link to the planet. And the link is usually in the form of a person. And in this case, that person is Bill. Like, if Bill dies, it will break the monks' influence on Earth, but the Doctor really wants there to be another solution. So he infiltrates the monks' pyramid in London. And Bill prepares to sacrifice herself, but then while she's getting ready to do it, because of how her connection to the planet is working, the monks' images get replaced with images of Bill's mother. Bill's mother passed away when Bill was younger, and so she's a very hopeful figure to Bill. And that kind of breaks the link, and the monks leave, and humanity remembers nothing. And then we cut to the final scene of the episode where Missy starts to express remorse at all the people she's murdered. And, you know, this is linked back to the earlier scene where she's talking about how she's talking quite callously about how she'd just kill someone. The person who the monks were using, she'd just kill them. It's an interesting episode. I like the development of Missy and trying to explore more of her, like the Doctor going to her for advice and then her starting to express remorse. You know, I like that aspect. I like what they're trying to do. You know, the idea of kind of rehabilitating the Master. And I like that Bill's mother, who's been a kind of a recurring plot element in the background of her character, gets explored more fully here, and actually is the thing that helps save the day. And yeah, this episode's not bad. It concludes the monks storyline quite well. I think the thing with the monks is, off the back of Pyramid at the End of the World, the threat had become so big, it's like, how do you undo it? So it's a bit of a Deus Ex Machina at the end, but it's like, yeah, they maybe wrote the monks too big. But the monks are an interesting enemy and still quite mysterious. There's still a lot of questions about them. Might be interesting to see them again. But I'm in no rush to. I think these, you know, if this is their only appearance in Doctor Who for the next couple of decades, it's a very strong one. Like, there's very few new Who enemies that I think have had that strong of a first impression. So, episode 9 is a Mark Gatiss episode. This is the Empress of Mars. It is a follow-up to a previous Mark Gatiss episode, and a lot of people thought originally he was going to do a follow-up to Sleep No More, but it's not. It's a follow-up to, you know, the Ice Warrior episode. And I like it. You know, NASA sends a probe to Mars and finds the words "God Save the Queen" buried under the ice cap. So The Doctor, Bill, and Nardole go to Mars in 1881 and discover soldiers from Victorian Britain on Mars. And basically, the humans, some human soldiers have befriended an ice warrior who they've named Friday, and they rescued him from a crashed spaceship, and he has allowed them to use his technology to mine Mars. So they've gone to Mars, and they find the tomb of an ice empress, and one of the guards revives her. And she rises up, determined to kind of, restore her conquest and everything like that. And this is where Friday comes to her and says, no, the Martian surface is uninhabitable. And so she's about to relent, but a soldier fires his rifle at her, and so provoked, she returns fire and starts reviving all the ice warriors. So the Doctor threatens to use the mining device to bury them all. And one of the soldiers tries to force the Empress to help him pilot a starship. There's all inner fighting and class warfare between the soldiers. And yeah, it's good. I quite like this one. The Empress kind of calls off the attack when one of the soldiers, after killing the rogue leader of the soldiers, kind of pledges himself to her. And so the Doctor decides to contact someone to help the Ice Warriors, and ends up contacting Alpha Centauri, who is a character from classic Doctor who I've not seen before, because I've not seen much of classic, but I'm very interested to go and see, because Alpha Centauri kind of welcomes the Ice Warriors to galactic civilization, and I'm like, I kind of like that. That's cool. And yeah, then they leave the message for NASA for God Save the Queen. And the TARDIS had disappeared quite early on. The Doctor and Bill were stuck there because Nardole ended up in the TARDIS, and the TARDIS returned him to the university. So he asked Missy for help to get them back. So Nardole reappears in the TARDIS to save them with Missy, and Missy expresses concern about the Doctor. So it's good. We've got this kind of trend of Missy sort of starting to reform, starting to be more humanized in a way. But yeah, I like this. And then we get to Eaters of Light. Now, Eaters of Light is quite a notable episode for bringing back Rona Munro. Rona Munro was a screenwriter on classic Doctor Who. In fact, she wrote the final Doctor Who televised serial, which was Survival, the seventh Doctor Who story. So she becomes the first classic Doctor Who writer to write an episode for Modern Who. And the episode is another historical. It focuses on the fate of the 9th Legion of the Imperial Roman Army, because this legion did actually disappear in Scotland, and there's no real explanation as to why. There's a lot of theories about the disappearance, but nothing concrete. It's believed they were basically lost fighting Celts. And that might have prompted Hadrian's Wall to be built. But yeah, there's nothing concrete. So it's one of those that's been used as an idea behind a lot of alternate histories and things like that. I know it was used in the Zombie Survival Guide, which did an alternate history of how all these zombie uprisings throughout human history, by Max Brooks. So yeah, anyway. So they go back to 2nd century Scotland, and Bill goes her own way to investigate. The Doctor and Nardole go another way to look for the bodies. Bill actually encounters some of the Legion's lost soldiers hiding from a creature that's drawn to any light source. And Doctor and Nardole discover the corpses of the remaining Legion. And they come across a Pict tribe guarding a cairn. And the Doctor enters the cairn and finds that it's actually an interdimensional portal. And the Pict explain that a warrior goes through the cairn to defeat an Eater of Light. But with the invading Roman army, it's like part of their like adulthood rituals, I suppose. But because the Romans are invading, she allowed one of the Eaters of Light to escape to fight them, and that's what's killing the Romans. So Bill leads the surviving soldiers away from the creature, reunites with the Doctor and Nardole. The Doctor plans to lure the Eater back into the portal during daylight, but requires someone inside to prevent the creature's escape. And so this warrior woman from the Pict, Clara, I think her name is, and the Ninth Legion themselves sacrifice themselves to stop the creatures, and kind of make peace between them. It's very interesting. It's not one of my favorite episodes of the series. I'd probably rank it towards the bottom if I was ranking them, but I do think it's a large step up from Knock Knock. And I don't know. I think it's one. I like the messaging of it probably a lot more than I like the episode. Like the idea of working together and overcoming differences, like the Pict and the Ninth Legion coming together to sacrifice themselves. Even the fact that they explain that the crows spread messages in this by repeating sounds, and one of the surviving Picts tells the crows Car's name, and that's why they caw like that. It's clever. I like it. And then they get back into the TARDIS, and Missy's in there, and she's just been waiting for them to return, to the surprise of Bill and Nardole. And the Doctor, sort of left her in there as a test and says he has hope that she will turn good. So, yeah. We get a very strong plot thread of Missy's redemption running through some of these episodes. It maybe happens quite quickly because a lot of it's sort of left to sort of end of episode sequences, but or minor sequences, B stories almost as part of the episode. But I don't know, maybe there was perhaps a bit too much build up of what was in the vault rather than revealing it was Missy, and then sort of really kind of dwelling on the idea of Missy's redemption. But without lengthening the series or revealing that is Missy inside the vault a lot earlier, I'm not sure how you could have done that. But yeah, I don't know. It might have been more interesting if it was a bit more gradual. The idea of redemption. But the episodes here themselves are very serviceable, and I quite like them. But let's get to the end of Capaldi's run, shall we? Right, so the 2-part finale and the final special for Peter Capaldi's Doctor all serve as part of the farewell and, the final concluding arc in his storyline. And it starts with World Enough and Time. The Doctor decides to test Missy by having her answer a distress call, and he's in the TARDIS, but also has Nardole and Bill with her as well. They arrive on a colony ship that is reversing away from a black hole. They get held at gunpoint by an alien called George, who demands to know which one of them is human, because as soon as they arrived, something started coming up the lifts, and whatever it was is panicking George. When he learns that Bill is human, he shoots her. And, she's very badly wounded. There's like a hole through her chest and everything. She gets carried away in the lift by whatever comes out of it. The Doctor comes out of the TARDIS at this point, and the Doctor, Missy, and Nardole learn that a few days ago, some of the crew had gone down to the ship's lower decks, but had never returned. Right? George claims the ship is empty, but there's now thousands of life forms, human life forms on the ship. Right? And the Doctor works out that it's because of the time dilation due to the black hole. Time is moving slower on the bridge of the ship where they are compared to the lower decks. And so everyone on the lower decks is the descendants of the crew that went down there. From George's perspective, it was a few days ago. From their perspective, it's years, decades, if not longer. And Bill wakes up in the hospital with a replacement heart. She's now at the bottom of the ship, and there's a caretaker there called Razor, who explains that there are patients there waiting to be upgraded. And Bill stays down there with Razor for years, watching footage of the Doctor happening in slow motion over the course of years. So years for them, only a few minutes for the Doctor. And, eventually the Doctor, Nardole, and Missy all go down to the bottom of the ship. They said it's revealed that, like, all the other human crew were, like, captured by things coming from the bottom of the ship. But we don't know what. And George was left because he's alien as well. But yeah, so they decide to go down to the bottom of the ship. And the Doctor, Nardole, and Missy arrive at the bottom of the ship. And we learn that the ship came from Mondas, and Razor reveals himself to Missy to actually be the previous master, the Saxon master, played by John Sim. And Doctor and Nardole find a Cyberman, a Mondasian Cyberman, that reveals itself to be Bill. They were too late, and she's been upgraded. And, Razor, the Saxon master taunts the Doctor with that fact at the start of the next episode, or very, very quickly. I'm not sure if it's at the end of World Enough of Time or the start of The Doctor Falls. We're saying she's been down there for like 12 years, and the Doctor missed her by minutes. Yeah. Very, very good, very dark. We've not really had... I think this is the first multi-master story in Doctor Who. There's been loads of multi-Doctor storylines, but never really a multi-master storyline. And the idea of bringing back the Mondasian Cybermen, the original Cybermen, as well, really works as far as I'm concerned. I think it's a great idea to get another look at the Cybermen, because most of the Cybermen that we've seen so far in New Who have had very human origins. And obviously the Mondasians are human in a way, because Mondas is... Wasn't Mondas like the 10th planet or something in Classic Who? Like, I think the serial where they first appear is called the 10th planet. So it's like a 10th planet in the solar system, and they are human, but it's Mondas, not Earth. But yeah, the idea of Mondasian Cybermen. Oh, it's pretty cool, and I like it, and I like that. I mean, and I don't like that they killed Bill, but turning her into a Cyberman, but then keeping her humanity is very interesting. Like, she recognizes she's still Bill Potts and tries to reach out to them, and that's happened a few times with different Cybermen throughout the run. Like, we saw it with the parallel Jackie Tyler in the Age of Steel. We saw it with the head of Torchwood, who I've forgotten the name of right now, in Doomsday. saying I did my part for Queen and country. It's the idea of some Cybermen that through like some glitch in the system still remember bits about their old lives and are able to stand against the other Cybermen. And that's what happens here. The next episode starts, the Doctor falls, and the Doctor is trying to comfort Bill. Bill has retained her humanity, and she helps the Doctor escape from the Master and Missy. I'm just going to call them that way. It's going to be easier. And they escape to a higher floor of the ship. And this higher floor is like a simulated countryside where they defend the human villagers there from oncoming Cybermen. Because obviously now they're moving slower than the bottom of the ship, so the Cybermen are continuing to advance. It's a really clever idea. I like it, the whole time dilation thing. It's, the whole timey-wimey element used quite well. But again, that's something that Stephen Moffat does do quite well. So I'm fine with it. And, Missy and the Master kind of end up with the Doctor and the others as well. And he kind of tries to convince them to help him with, again, another great speech. Like Peter Capaldi's final speech to them, why he does what he does. He says, I do what I do because it's right, because it's decent and it's kind. And this, to me, the speeches he makes in this episode are the perfect expression of what I want the Doctor to be. There's so many speeches in this episode where Peter Capaldi is really drilling into what the Doctor should be. And it all kind of echoes back to the whole idea of his face and why he has that face. Because it's kind. Because he helped someone, because it was the kind thing to do. Love it. Absolutely love it. One of my favorite Doctor Who moments are in this episode. Some of my favorite Doctor Who moments with Peter Capaldi's Doctor are in this episode. Him trying to convince the Master and Missy to help him and to stand with him against the Cybermen to help people. Yeah. And he tries to save the villagers, and he gets Nardole to take them to another floor. Which Nardole does. He takes them to a higher floor, takes them to safety. But it's like, how safe are they going to be when the Cybermen are rampaging through the ship? Eventually they're going to die, or their descendants are going to die. It's defeatist in a way, because they can't win inevitably. They can't get off this ship because of the black hole, and they can't go anywhere because of the time dilation. And those Cybermen are always going to be ahead of them. Yeah. And Bill opts to stay with the Doctor in her Cybermen form. Nardole leaves, takes the villagers to safety. He's gotten close to one of the villagers as well, which is quite nice. Missy betrays the Master, says she's going to stand with the Doctor, and stabs him in the back, which triggers his regeneration process. But he then shoots her and kills her and tells her not to bother regenerating. So it's, the two of them kind of end up laughing at each other, and the Master goes back down to the bottom of the ship where his TARDIS is. So there's that question of, well, is Missy now the end of the Master? Like, we know that the Saxon Master came before her. We don't know he was directly before her. That's an interesting wrinkle as well. Because the Master has had less on-screen incarnations than the Doctor has, while apparently burning through most of his regenerations. So intriguing. Could be intriguing to see what's actually going on there. But yeah, the Doctor tries to fight off the Cybermen, manages to blow up the whole floor in the process, and seemingly kills himself. And Bill survives, and Heather appears next to her. And Heather, and this is now very definitely Heather, it's not the fluid controlling Heather, it is Heather's consciousness. And she's changed Bill to match her so that the two of them can live on together. And they take the Doctor back to his TARDIS before they leave to see the universe together. And again, quite like that idea, like that, Bill gets a happy ending of sorts in a similar way to Clara. It's like, yes, she's dead. It's not a perfect ending. She is dead, but she still gets to see the universe. And the Doctor awakens and his regeneration process is starting, but he's trying to stop it. And he lands in this snowy landscape and exits the TARDIS. And this is where we came in, like with the framing story for World Enough and Time, of him stepping out into the snow and refusing to change. And something he says triggers a response from another character who walks in, who is David Bradley, playing the first Doctor. So for the 50th anniversary special, they did something called Adventures in Time and Space, which was a drama about the making of Doctor Who. And in that, David Bradley, who obviously played Solomon in Doctor Who previously, he appears as William Hartnell. Like, he plays William Hartnell in that episode. Not the Doctor, William Hartnell, but of course, by playing William Hartnell, he plays the First Doctor. And so the First Doctor's regeneration story is kind of touched on here, like, because elements of the First Doctor's regeneration kind of happen off screen, and this kind of explains what happens there, because we get quite a lot of elements from the episode where the Doctor regenerates, which I think was also I think it was the 10th Planet storyline with the Cybermen, and we get to see the First Doctor played by Bradley. We get to see a reconstruction of one of the old sets. We get to see new actors as his companions Ben and Polly, and they basically recreate one of the scenes that's now missing from the BBC archives. Because one of the problems with Classic Who is that the BBC never used to keep a lot of their old tapes, so some would get rewritten or damaged or what have you. And so there are missing scenes, missing episodes, and that's why Classic Who is a bit of a nightmare to start with, and I'm kind of looking for the right jumping on place to start. I think the Third Doctor might be the best place at the minute, because more of their... I think from the Third Doctor, pretty much all the series are complete, but the First and Second Doctor have a lot of stuff still missing. And they recreate one of the missing scenes from this episode to lead into the First Doctor leaving the TARDIS, which is where he then ends up meeting the 12th Doctor, and both of them are wounded and refusing to regenerate. And at this point, they get approached by a First World War British captain, played by Mark Gatiss. And all three of them then get abducted by a spaceship where they meet Bill Potts. The ship is this... It's basically like a chronicle of people's lives. It sort of takes them at the moment of their death and keeps an echo of them alive, and that's why Bill's there. And I like that idea. And it's basically, the captain was due to die. He's supposed to be there. That's what they were here for. But the TARDIS kind of interfered with everything, and, everything kind of went a bit wrong. So they escape from this ship. Bill goes with them. They take the First Doctor's TARDIS, and they all arrive at Villengard, which is where the 12th Doctor meets Rusty. Rusty is basically rebelled from the Dalek hive mind after the events of Into the Dalek, and he is now rogue and killing Daleks. And, the Doctor gets access to the hive mind through Rusty and learns that the ship is designed to extract people when they died and archive their memories. So the Doctors agreed to return the captain back to his timeline, but it turns out that he was due to die minutes before the Christmas truce. And so the actual Christmas truce happens, and I love the concept of the Christmas truce in World War I, and it seems to be such a microcosm, because it's one of these beautiful events that happens on the battlegrounds of one of the bloodiest wars in history. Well, not necessarily the bloodiest in terms of body count now, but definitely one of the cruelest wars in history, in terms of the way it was fought compared to anything that had come before. And the soldiers of both sides stopped fighting on Christmas Day and made peace and shared presents, and then the next day went back to killing each other again. And I don't understand it. Like, it boggles my mind how it never happened again, how the fighting didn't just stop there and then when the people, the soldiers could have refused to pick up their guns again the next day. I'm very, very anti-war, and the idea of the Christmas truce happening and then it being the only time it ever happened in any war in history is a horrifying prospect. But yeah, the First Doctor decides he's ready to regenerate now and returns to his TARDIS, and then gets folded back into the events of the old episode using some of the archive footage. And the Doctor gets some time with Bill's avatar, and Clara's avatar also comes in as well and gives the Doctor his memories of Clara back, which I love. Like, I love that conclusion that, like, he gets those memories back. And the Doctor goes back to the TARDIS and gets some very powerful final words where he's sort of, giving advice to his future self. Always be kind, never be cowardly. Never be cruel, never be cowardly. It's a perfect distillation to me of what the Doctor should be, between the speech to the Master and the speech here. It's like, yeah, this is what I want the Doctor to be. And, regenerates. He has this quite powerful regeneration, and we get introduced to the 13th Doctor, who, Jodie Whittaker, who looks at her reflection just as the TARDIS suffers a whole load of errors. The console room explodes, throws the Doctor out of the TARDIS, and as she starts plummeting towards the Earth, the TARDIS dematerializes. Yeah. Very, very good. Very, very good conclusion. There are problems with it. One of the big recurring problems in Twice Upon a Time is the way the First Doctor is portrayed. Now, I don't know enough about the First Doctor. My experience of the First Doctor is pretty much limited to the Five Doctors anniversary special, where it's not William Hartnell, it's Richard Hurndall playing him. And I like him in that, and he doesn't come across as kind of 1960s sexist as he does here. Not like deliberately sexist, but like just the casual misogyny of the time. And I don't like it. But I also don't know how accurate it is to that portrayal of the Doctor. Like, I'd have to go back and watch how the Doctor treats their own female companions in that time period. But it seems so antithetical to every version of the Doctor that I know that I really struggle with it. But, you know, it is what it is. And David Bradley does a very good job with what he's given. And so does Mark Gatiss as well. Mark Gatiss is a bit of an unsung hero of this episode. Like, his reaction when he hears the term World War One and says, like, what do you mean one? You know, that's quite dark. And then they reveal that he's actually a Lethbridge Stewart. You know, Captain Lethbridge Stewart, and he asks the Doctors before he goes back to his timeline and before he's due to forget them, if they can just check in on his family occasionally. And he says his name, Lethbridge Stewart. And to the First Doctor's not met the Brigadier at this point. So the First Doctor's like, of course I will. And of course, the 12th Doctor immediately recognises the name. And so do us as the audience. And we realise just, yeah, how much he'll be checking on the Lethbridge Stewarts. You know, between the Brigadier and Kate. Yeah. It's very good. I like as well that it brings back Rusty and that it restores the memories of Clara. Toby Whithouse even gets a cameo as a German soldier. Yeah, it's you know, the German soldier in the pit with the captain during the truce, and both of them like almost, you know, they have each other at gunpoint. I think what this episode does well, it does very well, but there are definitely still errors with it. And it's an interesting concept to team up the first and most recent Doctor, because of course William Hartnell passed away years ago, Richard Hurndall passed away as well. But I think by bringing back David Bradley, I think that's a very good way to do it. I'd be intrigued to see how many other former Doctors they could bring back in this regard. I already know from having watched Power of the Doctor previously that David Bradley returns as the First Doctor in that, along with Sylvester McCoy, Pete Davidson, Colin Baker, and Paul McGann as you know, the 5th, 7th, 6th, and 8th Doctors, respectively. Patrick Troughton and John Pertwee have obviously both passed. Tom Baker is still with us at the minute, but I don't know how interested he would be in reprising the role of the Doctor. I know he returned as the curator for the 50th special, and he recently did a photo shoot where he wore the Doctor's outfit again, which struck me with how frail he's looking now. He's lost a lot of weight between, you know, in the past 10 years, between the curator and, you know, his appearance as the curator in Day of the Doctor and now, and it's very visible. I mean, by all reports, he's still in quite good health, so it'd be interesting to see him come back. But yes, he does look very frail in the images. But I think that might also be that he also seems smaller than he was when he was what actually was the Doctor now. So, you know, it's a similar sort of costume, but the costume is now just too big on him. And I think Reece Shearsmith played Patrick Troughton in Adventures in Space and Time, and I know Sean Pertwee has done a Halloween costume of his father's Doctor, but I know he's also said he doesn't want to reprise his father's roles. So I think because of that, the third Doctor is probably off the table. I don't know. I suppose they could get someone to play John Pertwee's Doctor. I don't know if Reece Shearsmith is necessarily the best casting as Patrick Troughton. I don't know. He's kind of a cameo role, if anything, in Adventures in Space and Time. I need to sit and watch that properly. I do know Adventures in Space and Time has been updated for the 60th anniversary. So when it was originally aired, the William Hartnell gets a vision of like the future Doctor, who at the time was Matt Smith, obviously for the 50th anniversary special. They updated it recently when they put it back on the BBC iPlayer, and it's now Ncuti Gatwa, which I do quite like. I like that touch, the idea that we can update that every time there's a new Doctor and just have, the legacy of the show looking at the future Doctors. Yeah, that's quite cool. I like that. But yeah, I think, bringing the first Doctor and the 12th Doctor together like this, it's an interesting idea. I'm not sure about the way they handled the first Doctor. Like I said, I'd have to watch more of the first Doctor's stories to understand how accurate or inaccurate this is. But it doesn't feel necessarily the most respectful, because sometimes it does make the first Doctor seem like he's the butt of a joke. But the actual, seeing Bill and the Doctor together again is great. And I love the way that David Bradley carries himself as the first Doctor. Like, he holds his jacket a lot of the time in the same way that William Hartnell used to. Which obviously Richard Hurndall does as well in the 5 Doctors. And yeah, I like it. It's he's got the body language, he's got the cadence absolutely right. It's just elements of the writing that I'm questioning. It's not saying he's accurate in terms of his actual portrayal. His portrayal, from what I have seen of both Hurndall and Hartnell, is spot on. So yeah, and I know he's done the Doctor again. I know he's done it in Big Finish, so I'd be intrigued to see more of that. But yeah, a great conclusion to the 12th Doctor, I think. So that's the end of another era of Doctor Who. Like I said, I'm a fan of Peter Capaldi's era. In some aspects, I think the writing is a bit of a step down from Matt Smith's. But when the writing is on, it's definitely on. Like, it's firing on all cylinders. And there's a lot of good ideas here. And with the exception of Deep Breath, which explores the Paternoster gang, there's not really any attempt to lean on what came before. Like, even Clara takes a very different role in series 8 and 9 than she did in series 7. So it's like there is an attempt to give the 12th Doctor his own unique era, his own plots, his own threats to deal with. And I like that because of how involved the 11th Doctor's stuff was. Like, the final episodes for the 11th Doctor did their very best to close off as many of his own plot threads as they could, so that when we got to the 12th Doctor, it's focusing just on the plot lines related to the 12th Doctor and Missy. Missy is the other main recurring plot element.
And yeah, I like it. I think there's a lot of good ideas in this era and a lot of great characters. Maybe not as many standout ones as there have been in some previous eras. And you can see maybe why the viewership was faltering, and I don't think taking a year off in the middle helped matters at all. But I think Series 10 especially is very good. Like, I'd highly recommend it as kind of like a clean break for the franchise. Like, if you're struggling with Series 8 and 9, which I know a lot of people were, coming straight in at Season 10, coming fresh at that, is a good way of doing things, I think, because Series 10 is very good. I'm using series and season interchangeably again, aren't I? Never mind. But yeah, that's all I've got to say for that. I'm very much looking forward to the next Doctor Who review. It's probably going to be a few episodes from now. I've got some other stuff that I'm a bit more prepared for, because I've never seen most of the 13th Doctor's era. And it's, from what I have seen while I've been watching it in the background, it's very different to the 12th Doctor. Well, to anything in New Who that's come before. There's a lot of behind the scenes changes, which makes for a very different, very unique era. Obviously we get the new showrunner in Chris Chibnall, we get the new Doctor with Jodie Whittaker, we get a whole new TARDIS team, new sets, everything. There's a lot of good stuff in it from what I've seen so far, but I've also heard it's very much maligned, and that doesn't always mean that it's bad. Sometimes that can just mean it's very different to what came before. I mean, let's not remember, to go back to something like Star Trek, so much of Star Trek has been very heavily maligned, simply because it's not the next generation. And even the next generation, when it started, was maligned because it wasn't Star Trek. But if you watch a lot of the stuff that people have maligned over the years, like Deep Space Nine or Discovery or what have you, Voyager and things like that, it's still good stuff for the most part, and sometimes very, very good stuff. In the case of like Deep Space Nine, for example, very good stuff. So, I think I want to try and take my time to appreciate it and really kind of analyze it as I'm going. So I'm going to do that. While I'm working on that, I've got some other episodes that I'm much more prepared to record, and obviously I'm still recording those. At the time they'll be coming out, they'll all be recorded, but there's some other episodes I'm more ready to record first, so I'm going to do them first. But yeah, so until next time, my friends, you all look after yourselves, as always. Take the very best care of your physical and mental health as best as you can. I know I'm not always the best at that myself. I'm more than happy for anyone to reach out to me. We can do a little support group on the Discord. I'm more than happy to do that. I'm grateful, as always, to anyone who listens. Any of the continued engagement means the world to me. And yeah, I love you all. I love the fact that you're listening to my mad ramblings. I wonder how much I'm really adding to the discussion on a lot of these things. I know I'm trying not to focus on the negative, but obviously I do have negatives where some people have positives. I have positives where some people have negatives. So, I do think it's worth discussing these things, and I'd love to hear, obviously, other people's opinions. Do you like things I dislike? Do you dislike things that I like? I'd love to hear that. So, feel free to comment, like, subscribe, send me a message, drop me an email, join the Discord and yell at me, whatever you want to. I'd love to speak to any of you. So, you all look after yourselves, take care, and until next time, my friends, bye for now.
Thank you, my friends, for once again joining me on Garhdo Goes Geek. Your continued support for this podcast means the absolute world to me, and I am grateful for every single one of you who stays and listens to one of my episodes. It means the absolute world. Now, if you would like to engage more with me or the podcast, we have a Discord community, small but growing, and we now have commissions open on Ko-Fi. So if there's a topic you would like to see me cover, you can pay me to cover it. All funds will be used for legal purchase of the relevant items where I do not have them. Have a look on the link tree for more information. Until next time, look after yourselves.